Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Whatcom County Council meeting for October 25th, 2016. Would you please call the roll?
Barbara Brenner.
Here.
Red Brown.
Here.
Barry Buchanan.
Here.
Todd Donovan.
Here.
Ken Mann.
Here.
Satpal Sidhu.
Here.
Carl Weimer.
Here. Thank you. Would you please rise and join me for this flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just a couple of quick announcements. If you have your cell phone with you, please put it on either vibrate or off during the meeting. And also, if you'll be handing out any paperwork to the council this evening, please make sure our clerk gets a copy for the records. Today from Committee of the Whole, we had a discussion with Deputy Prosecutor Jeffrey Sawyer regarding pending litigation, Egger versus Whatcom County. And the discussion, I need my notes. Sorry about that. I'll be right back.
Meanwhile, we can do something entertaining.
Well, you can. Yeah, smile. This is probably going to be the happiest moment of the evening.
That's all.
No.
I was distracted.
This appears to be the open public laughter session.
At least it's not on TV.
It's not his house.
It's not.
It is on the TV.
Sorry about that. That's very specific language.
Very.
The county council met today in executive session concerning a lawsuit, Marlo Todd Egham versus Whatcom County et al. Pursuant to Whatcom County Code 2.56, the council hereby finds the following. The officials or employees were acting in a manner in which the county had an interest. The officials or employees were acting in the discharge of a duty imposed or authorized by law, and the officials or employees did act in good faith. The officers, officials, agents, or employees will be defended and indemnified pursuant to and consistent with the provisions of Whatcom County Code 2.56. I would entertain a motion to accept these findings.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. We also today had a presentation and discussion of the proposed 2017-2018 Whatcom County budget this afternoon, including an introduction and overview by the county executive and a review of the following budget requests: the executive's office, administrative services, and non-departmental. There was no action taken. We'll now move into our special presentations. The first one is the presentation of the Behavioral Health Revenue Advisory Committee, their quarterly report.
Good evening. My name is Chris Phillips, and I am here as the Vice Chair of the Behavioral Health Revenue Advisory Committee. And I'm going to say a couple brief comments and then introduce someone who will give you a little bit more flavor for the work that, that happens with some of the funds from the 1/10 to 1% fund. The first point I want to make is that the committee is very aware of the incarceration task force, and that we've made attempts and will continue to work and collaborate with that group because there's a fair amount of overlap there. Second thing I want to say is that the couple points I want to make are from this handout, I believe is in your packet, and this memo which came from Health Department staff. And what this report highlights are the school services that were provided over the last quarter. And first off, it's a great report. Hopefully you have an opportunity to look at it. It offers a flavor, some of the stories, some of what happens with the kids and the issues that they're facing. The aim of the program is to reduce substance use and also to help improve kids' grades and reduce conduct problems and improve attendance. In the report, you'll notice that about 400 kids were actually referred for substance abuse and mental health services. It's a lot of kids, and that's a lot of help that was provided because of these funds. Another point to be made is that the services that are provided through the schools, and the schools are throughout the county. This is not a Bellingham-focused program. In fact, nearly 80% of all the services happened in the county. And then finally, I want to introduce Jill Iwasaki. She's the Executive Director for the Student Services of the Ferndale School District. And she's going to share some thoughts about how services have benefited students and families in Ferndale. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to share the work we're doing in Ferndale. And this partnership wouldn't work at all if we didn't have the support of these funds. So one of the things we do in our schools is we have a full-time counselor who works in our 2 middle schools, and he provides drug and alcohol counseling to our students. His caseload is in the neighborhood of 112 students that he touches the lives of during the course of this past year, at least. He runs 2 support clubs. They're called Natural High Clubs, and the focus of these clubs is to provide students with engagement, enrichment, activities, discover their passions, and support the fact that about 95% of our middle school students are not using drugs, are not using tobacco, are not drinking alcohol. So their social norming work that they do is to support their fellow students in saying, actually, most of us are doing the right thing, so let's join together and support that as a school-wide process and a school-wide project. So they do independent projects together, but they also support school-wide activities. That includes things like kindness awareness, kindness programs, the Rachel's Challenge. This week is Red Ribbon Week, so this is when students are making pledges to be drug-free. And all of this is part of the work that he's able to do because we're able to have him, so we appreciate that a lot. We're also able to provide a care team in each of our middle schools. So this is 5 or 6 staff members who each have 4 or 5 students that they are adult mentors for. So they're able to work with those students, provide support, engage them in extra academic help, attendance help, connect with parents, be an adult in the building that's for them, and they know they have someone they can go to. We also have, of course, his ability to be there for our students who do run into a drug and alcohol issue, who might be coming out of a treatment facility, who might be coming out of drug and alcohol assessment. He's there to provide a support plan to connect them to other adults in the building who can help them to keep track of their progress, to keep in contact with their families, so that we can wrap around those kids and make sure they reintegrate into our schools successfully. He also just shared with me this morning a story of a young person who came to him who isn't on a referral system, who nobody was aware of, who came and said, I'm celebrating, I've been clean and sober for 3 months, and so cool that there's an adult in the building she knows she can go to and say, I'm doing well, but I hope you're here to back me up when I'm having trouble. So his excitement was that piece, plus the piece of being able to be a support and a prevention source for kids, because that's really our goal, is let's prevent the problem before there is a problem. We also are able to put a little bit of our funding into supporting 2 elementary folks who work in 2 of our higher risk elementary schools. They don't necessarily do drug and alcohol work, but they certainly support the pre-prevention help, connecting families to resources in the community, doing small group support work with our young people. And then lastly, trainings that we're able to provide in Ferndale that come through this. We have mental health training, we have Mad Hope suicide prevention training, and we've been able to provide this multiple times to our staff, including our bus drivers who said, we want this, so we were able to put on a mental health training just for our bus drivers to be part of. So I told Joe Fuller, who we work with extensively, that I'm going to cross over all the things we do with with Whatcom Community Health Department, because there's so much that happens because of the partnership we're able to have. And a lot of it started with this beginning. So thank you for the opportunity to share that.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a presentation from the Incarceration Prevention and Reduction Task Force. I'll let Councilmember Mann introduce this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Incarceration Prevention and Reduction Task Force, as you know, by ordinance, has a Phase 2 report to present, and I think I see our fabulous co-chairs, Jack Hovenier and Jill Bernstein, in the audience, and I would invite them up here to discuss the report. I hope you all had a chance to read it. It's an outstanding report, and a lot of credit goes to our legislative analyst, Forrest, for pulling that together and writing the report. But I'll let Jack and Jill take it from there.
Oh, I thought you were going to avoid the Jack and Jill by using our last names, Councilman Mann.
I did the first time I did.
You fell into
I forgot.
it. Yes. All right. Well, my name is Jack Hovenier. I'm the co-chair of the Whatcom County Incarceration Prevention Reduction Task Force. On behalf of the task force, of course, we thank all of you for your time this evening, your attention. I do want to introduce Jill Bernstein right here and acknowledge that we have, I would introduce them all, but I don't know quite how many task force members we have here tonight. I'm aware of at least 6 or 7. There's a number here, so we will, I'm sure if we make a mistake, we'll be corrected, and it helps keep us on track. Thank you. So while there are different opinions as to the most effective jail for our community, there seems to be a universal agreement that the goal of incarceration prevention is laudable on its own merit. And in that spirit, I think this task force is very much in unity about the need and desire to reduce incarceration. To be clear, because while I think most of you are aware, perhaps not everyone here is, we largely avoid the issue of the jail and are focused on incarceration prevention and reduction and try to keep our scope to that. So tonight we do bring the second of 3 reports in the interest of time. Jill and I are just going to talk about a few highlights. The complete report's in your packet. It's, as Councilman Mann acknowledged, about 33 pages, so we certainly won't be reading it here tonight. I'm going to briefly discuss the crisis triage, and Jill will discuss behavioral health, the legal and justice systems, and the reason our committee has broken up the work of the committee for the most part into those 3 categories, and the task force members also, in addition to being task force members, tend to serve on one of those subcommittees. So on the background of the Crisis Triage Center, many of you are probably aware or have heard that Pioneer Center North will be closing in the not too distant future. That has a significant, that's the old Northern State Hospital, that has a significant impact on our community in terms of resources. So that's one piece. Another piece is the opioid, heroin, other opioid-related challenges in our community. Whatcom County is second or third worst in terms of opioid challenges in the state. We know that's a significant challenge. The need for crisis triage is immediate and urgent. We know that the current infrastructure we have is not meeting in any way the needs of the community. Now, when I say anyway, that's not fair. It's meeting some needs. We know the needs are greater, so I don't want to in any way denigrate the good work that is going on. We just know we don't have enough infrastructure to meet the current demand. That's just, I think, a universal reality that's accepted. So the task force has recommended to the county council the following, that 2 16-bed units joined in one building off a common foyer be created. One unit would provide mental health crisis stabilization services. The other would be a crisis triage. The other would provide, acute substance detoxification services. So one side's acute substance abuse detoxification. A completely separate side with a common foyer is for mental health crisis triage. The 16-bed mental health crisis triage will be certified as a voluntary unit, but with enhanced security to be further identified in Phase 3 and after the council gives direction to the task force as to what they recommend. The other unit would be certified as an acute detox facility. We had many discussions about siting, where this should be located, where it should go. I believe the final recommendation from both the task force and the subcommittee was unanimous. Task force members help me. I'm almost sure it was a unanimous recommendation that the initial site the council should consider is the current Whatcom County Triage Facility on Division Street, to expand that and locate there. The pros and cons of that site and why we reached that conclusion are available in our report, or we'd be happy to address that. The secondary option would be another location near Peace House or St. Joe's in downtown Bellingham. The final location recommendation, of course, we need direction from council. Other than that, I don't have a whole lot to say about the crisis triage facility, except we're now waiting on you in the sense that that subcommittee's work is really done until we being the task force can get direction from council. Because to do the phase 3 report, to really drill down costs, look at what things cost, both in terms of operating and building the structures, really depends on what the council's going to decide. I will acknowledge there are a number of steps that we believe need to be taken in terms of getting public input on the site location. There's a lot of information about funding. The good news is probably 85% of the initial capital cost funding seems to be largely in place. That's good news. There are very positive signs with the support from the state and other agencies that operational funding is likely to be fairly accessible. And I don't want to make any promises or guarantees, because I think until we have direction, it's hard to come back with something absolutely solid. But I would say from lots of discussion, and the great thing about the task force is all the stakeholders are there. We have the people from, I can't call it, Ken, what's the board you're on? It's North Sound?
Behavioral Health Organization.
Yes, BHO. So we have representatives from there talking about funding. We have representatives from from really every stakeholder, and we are in good discussion. And I think it's fair to characterize, and you can see from our decisions being largely unanimous or by consensus, that we feel there's at this point, a pretty clear direction after weighing a lot of information as to what's best for the community. Are there any questions about the crisis triage you'd like to ask us? Yes, Councilwoman Brenner.
Have you guys reached out at all yet to Bellingham to talk about Division Street and some of the potential problems that?
Significantly. We discussed that in the report without going into a long thing.
Well, I read it, but it didn't.
Okay.
It just said this is what we got to do, but I was wondering if you had talked to them yet.
Yeah, we've had emails back from the city of Bellingham that there doesn't seem to be any legal barrier. There is a sense, and this is in the report, that the community would need to be consulted so they could indicate what their preferences are to honor past discussions on that topic.
Okay. And I'm not sure that you can answer this, because you said your focus wasn't on the jail, but actually this is about the triage facility too. This idea to eliminate dorm style, I think it's a great idea, but can we really afford to do that with so many people needing help? It sounds like we're not even going to be close with this, with all the help.
I think in the context of both the mental health and the substance abuse facility, that eliminating the dorm style makes sense for a variety of best practice reasons. And there also, I think, there may even be some, I believe there are some funding requirements. You have to have certain things to have to meet certain standards.
Well, I know the 16-bed.
Yeah, the 16-bed, and I'd let somebody more expert than me comment on that. I would note, though, on the substance abuse side, there is the talk about those chairs, and that is a way that you can have more people if necessary and still have a facility that complies. I think they're called, what are they called?
23-hour chairs for mental health stabilization.
Oh, it's mental health. Okay, so there are some.
What was it? What did she say it was called?
23-hour chairs for mental health stabilization. So there is that.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. And I have some more, but I bet other people do, so.
Mr. Donovan.
The report talks about uncertainties in operating costs related to Medicare funding. Are there other sources besides? Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. The report mentions uncertainties about operating costs in terms of Medicare funds. Are there other sources for operating funds?
I would say we've talked about that robustly, and I don't feel capable of answering that in an exact way. What I would say is, based on conversations from the BHO, from Whatcom County Health Department, and other stakeholders, there is a pretty significant belief that the funds to operate can be relatively assured prior to opening. At this point, though, we don't have a firm plan. And Yeah, I would just really probably rather let someone who has more day-to-day knowledge, because I don't. But I can say as someone who's been monitoring it, that we've been consistently told that it's very likely that the funding will fall into place without Whatcom County being the significant payer. Is that correct? Okay.
So we like to hear that.
Yeah,
I
I thought that maybe it's where you were going, so I wanted to get
No,
that.
I really appreciate the report, but there's,
Sure.
that's.
Well, and I would point out that the Phase 3 report is intended to address the specifics of financing. I mean, we foreshadowed it here because we think we can't ignore it, but the details about funding and financing really are outlined by ordinance in the Phase 3 report, which this is not.
Thanks.
Mr. Brown?
For the benefit of everybody, could you explain what a 23-hour chair is?
Can I ask Ann Deacon, Behavioral Health, to answer that?
Sure.
Ann Deacon, Human Services Manager. Good evening. A 23-hour bed basically allows for us to accept people into a program who might need a safe and secure, supported environment, but doesn't require a bed that would be considered residential. In other words, it doesn't go against our census that allows us to keep Medicaid funding. And it's very complicated, but basically there are Medicaid rules that won't allow us to pay for services in a unit that has more than 16 beds.
So we call it chair.
So we call it a chair, and they can stay for 23 hours. And it's a chair that, you know, is the old lazy boy recliner kind of chair, so they can actually relax, they can doze if they like. It is used in other parts of our state, including as close as Everett, and they have been found to be very effective. And so when we were doing the architectural pre-design, we actually put together a designated space for some of those chairs and ensure that there's 24/7 monitoring as well, 23-hour monitoring.
Yeah, we've consistently heard really good things about the chairs.
Yes, they're very helpful for
Right.
people.
It's an interesting example of how we navigate federal regulations.
I don't believe I said that.
Yeah, say no more.
Councilmember Mann?
I just wanted to respond to Ms. Brenner's question about the city of Bellingham. The mayor of Bellingham and a city council member are on the task force and were
Right.
present and part of the unanimous vote to forward this report to us. So I just wanted to mention that.
But
And Mr. Rafato, the city attorney for Bellingham, has also indicated there don't seem to be barriers.
We'll talk about it more though.
Ms. Brenner?
you made it sound like it's going to be fine, the voluntary versus the crisis stabilization unit or involuntary. Make me feel more secure about that. I really like, I understand why we're doing it, and it's less expensive and all that, but are we really going to be able to help people who have the most major problems without being able to, because it says we can't, and I hate to say this, but we can't have them in seclusion or restraint capability. What happens if somebody in the voluntary one, you know, just has a major attack of something? And
Well, I think I'll let, if I'm wrong, I'll let Ms. Deacon, the Human Services Manager, correct me, and there are others here. But my understanding of part of what you're talking about and part of our group decision did have to do some with funding and what the state is willing to pay. So the costs of having a true involuntary facility are significantly higher. However, voluntary facilities can be designed in such a way that they have many of the advantages of involuntary. So in other words, there can be opportunities to encourage someone to stay. There can be a number of things in place. And certainly the community, is my understanding, would not lose the capacity to do an involuntary hold, but it would not be there.
The hospital.
And very, again, it's a complicated issue, but in order to do seclusion and restraint in an involuntary facility, you need access to 24-hour physicians, a facility that can manage that. But also, in this particular facility, a certified involuntary triage facility actually will only allow by state statute to hold somebody on a police officer hold, not a civil commitment. and only for up to 12 hours. So and if in fact they need to be civilly committed upon a mental health evaluation, you have to transfer them out of that facility. So for us, part of it was just the expense of operating an involuntary unit, but the other piece was looking at just the math of it. We don't have the population here in Whatcom County to keep that facility full when you can only hold somebody for 12 hours. So if you think of the turnover
So you
and
can't
how
do
many
both.
beds. You can, but you have to look at the disruption to the milieu when you've got voluntary people mixed with people who might be very aggressive. The other thing, too, is that the state statute only allows you to hold people in these facilities for non-serious, non-violent offenses. So for some of the people who really act out violently, they wouldn't even qualify per statute to be in this facility.
Any other questions?
I know Councilman Mann listened to a lot of this discussion. These are great questions, but we've spent hours. It really is a patchwork of competing things and what will be funded, what the law allows. And I can say this, having sat, I think I've missed one of those subcommittee meetings is all, and we've had great attendance from everyone. Almost all of our recommendations were by consensus, they were unanimous, and I think the committee feels very confident in them based on the many, many moving parts and variables that go into a decision like this.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for the great report. And
Oh,
thanks-
well, we're not done.
They're
You're not done,
Oh,
okay.
no,
He
that's
the
one third,
triage
but it's
center.
probably well, it may not be the longest third.
We've done a lot of work. We have a lot
Yeah,
to
you got a
report.
lot to report.
But I would just, thank you for having me this
Jill
evening.
Bernstein.
But I would just add a highlight to what Jack just said, which is the time is now for you to take action. And when he was talking about Pioneer Center North closing, that's going to happen soon. Our opioid crisis is happening now. Our current triage facility is inadequate now. And nothing from the task force can move forward in this regard until you make a decision about the size, whether you're going to agree with 2 16-bed units joined with a common foyer or not. You're going to have to decide about location. And once you've made those decisions, then the work of the task force as it relates to the triage facility can go forward, but not until then. So I'm going to just highlight what Jack said. It's really, we're hoping that you'll move forward apace with that piece of it. So the task force has been working together for a year, and we celebrated an anniversary where we picked our head up off the details and looked around and realized that we had actually made some progress, and we're pretty pleased with ourselves. We think that we are creating both a vision and strategies that will allow Whatcom County to, in fact, reduce and prevent incarceration. But I would like to say before I get into the meat of what I wanted to offer to you tonight, that this is in no small part due to the assistance provided to us by Jill Nixon. She's just wonderful. She has brought to us her talent, her skills, her knowledge, and her energy, and helped us in every way possible, and we can't overstate her contribution. Thank you, Jill. And we also had we were graced with the special talents of Forrest Longman, who wrote the Phase 2 report, and that writing we think is both clear and hopefully will communicate to you the process and recommendations from the task force that we developed during Phase 2. To Forrest's credit, he doesn't write like a lawyer, he writes like a person, so hopefully this will be clearer for you. And I think it is, because the questions that you just offered to Jack are really get to the heart of what was teased out in the triage section. So it looks to me like it is clear enough for you to get what we've been talking about. Because Forrest did such a good job, I'll be making only brief comments tonight, but would be happy, of course, to answer any and all questions that you have. I'm not here tonight to talk on my own behalf, but rather to speak on behalf of the task force, but would be happy at any time to talk with you all night, at length, because this remains my passion, the work that's going on with the task force. It's really an exciting opportunity for the community, and I thank you for creating this path for us to move forward. So as Jack mentioned and the report reflects, there are 3 committees working within the task force. One has to do with triage And the second has to do with law and justice. And there we're focused on how can we improve and strengthen what we currently have in our community. And we're also asking the question, what have we yet to implement? What haven't we looked at yet? And what doors can we possibly open to add to the panoply of services and that we are currently using in Whatcom County? The focus of this subcommittee has been on pretrial incarceration, and we've been given a couple of snapshots to look at who's in the jail. And on any given day, it appears as though 1/3 of the population in the jail is there pretrial, meaning they haven't been convicted of any crime, they're just awaiting their trial date. Ideally, this number would be 0. Because people who are not convicted of a crime are presumed to be innocent and they shouldn't be in jail. But practically speaking, that's not possible. There's 2 reasons people are held, and one reason that they're held is safety to the community. Can they maintain good behavior while pending trial, or are they too dangerous to be out amongst us? And the second reason people are held is concern from the judicial officer about their contacts with the community and about their criminal history and whether or not we can rely on them to show up and appear for their court dates. The court rules presume that everyone will be released without bail unless there are concerns about one or the other of these factors. And when there's concern about one or other of these factors, the courts are directed to come up with the least restrictive means possible to release people from jail pending trial. So the population that's in the jail, for the most part, awaiting trial, are people for whom bail has been set and who can't post their bail. So this is mostly an indigent population, although not exclusively. And to that end, the task force and this subcommittee have looked at 2 strategies to supplement what we're doing now. And one of them, you mentioned that you had budget meetings this morning and maybe you already considered this, but one of our strategies has to do with hardware. What we're currently using in Whatcom County appears by everyone's measure to be outdated. The sheriff has been looking at new software, new hardware that can be used to track where people are going, to alert us if they're using alcohol, when they've been prohibited from using substances, that can even remind the individual when they've got court dates, and to supplement just releasing on a money bail, but really offer the community additional protections while the individual's released. So Bellingham, the city of Bellingham, has partnered with a private agency called Friendship Diversion Services, and they're providing technology that seems to be state-of-the-art, that's also cheaper than what we're using now, better, faster, has more flexibility than what we're currently using, and can be used both pre-trial and post-conviction. And Bellingham reports not only are they very pleased with the way the software and hardware are operating, but they're very pleased with Friendship Diversion Services also. We're just getting nothing but positive feedback on that. So a couple of the recommendations that stem from this is that the task force is recommending that the council look at the current mandate that requires all programs to be self-supporting. If we release that mandate, then the administrative costs that are currently woven into the cost of electronic bracelets hopefully could be removed and reduce the cost of the hardware and increase access to release hopefully more people from custody. The sheriff has mentioned that he was going to be asking for you to help in the purchase of additional hardware, and the task force has recommended that you approve such a request. The sheriff has also asked for the staff necessary to implement if the program is expanded, and the task force endorsed that but noted that the city of Bellingham was able to implement their program without additional staff, as a lot of the work is being done by Friendship Diversion Services, and they're moving ahead without the need for additional staff. But whether additional staff or just additional hardware is needed, the task force strongly recommended that you consider approving that. These are tools that can also be used in the district court and through that to the municipal courts, and can really help to move people out of custody, both pretrial and post-conviction. The other tool that we're looking at in this regard is described at length in the Phase 2 report, and it talks about our desire to create and implement an evidence-based screening device to assist the judges in deciding who can safely be released from custody. These evidence-based screening devices are being used around the country. They're being used in federal courts. They've been used in some jurisdictions for decades, and some of them have been found to be remarkably reliable in deciding who can safely be released, like they're not going to go out and commit additional crimes, and who can also identify who will in fact come back and appear for their court dates. These tools are most effective if there's also pretrial supervision attached to these release decisions, and that's where the counsel eventually will come in. The details of what will be necessary to effectively implement such a unit in Whatcom County will come before you, we hope, with a standalone presentation. We would hope from the task force with emphasis from the prosecutor and materials not just from Yakima that you see in your current Phase 2 report, but probably also from Spokane and other jurisdictions that are effectively using these tools. So, you know, this is a place where the left and the right can come together. Whether you look at it from the notion of the human cost of putting people in custody who are awaiting their trial date, or you just look at the dollars and cents, all of this really is logical. Noted in your report is that Yakima notes that it costs $82 a day to hold someone in custody awaiting trial and $8 a day to supervise them on pretrial release. So if we can move forward with programs that look like this, even if there's a cost at the front end, we're going to, we believe, see substantial savings once we've implemented these tools. And you can say the same thing is true with drug court. We know that we've got a tremendous program ongoing in Whatcom County. We're able to serve a population, and whether you look at it as helping people to improve their lives through support services to help them beat substance abuse addictions, or you just look at the cost savings to the criminal justice system, it's a positive. So that's been a primary focus of the work of that subcommittee. Our third subcommittee has to do with the behavioral health component, and Ms. Deacon, who's here, can help answer any specific questions that you have, but you'll note in the report that what that committee has been looking at is the necessity of a continuum of care, both with a focus on what we hope will be an enhanced triage facility. An enhanced continuum of care means making sure that people are coming in the front door of that triage center rather than in the front door of the Whatcom County Jail. And there are 3 different models that we've looked at. All of them appear to be good models. All of them are being looked at by law enforcement agencies in Whatcom County. One has got the acronym LEAD, Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion. This is a program that was initially created in Seattle, but the Seattle folks have been at the White House talking about this, and more than 30 jurisdictions around the United States have created LEAD-like programs where you assist people in avoiding jail and getting into treatment. Closer to home is what we're calling the Portland model, and something even closer to home carries the acronym of CHART, which has to do with the people who frequently use the resources of the criminal justice system. All of these models are being looked at. I think the sheriff has was planning to ask for 3 additional staff people who would receive specialized high-end support services for crisis intervention training. to assist his staff in trying to make sure that they're dealing appropriately with folks who are having mental health or substance abuse crises. And again, the goal is to get folks into treatment or into the triage facility and not make it through the threshold of the jail. So that's what the front end work looks like. At the back end, you'll see that we're looking at the need to have both residential treatment services in Whatcom County and outpatient treatment services in Whatcom County, so that when people get stabilized at our new enhanced triage center, that we're not just kicking them to the curb, that we're actually supporting them and hopefully making a success for them as they re-enter their lives outside of the very short-term treatment or stabilization that the triage facility can provide. As we look at the big picture of what we're doing, we get a picture of the community with three major system needs, and one has to do with transportation, one has to do with the need for supported housing, and the third has to do with a more robust workforce to provide the treatment services that we're talking about here. And as we move forward in phase 3, we're likely to be paying close and careful attention to all three of those issues. The task force is excited that as we move forward, we're going to have the support of the folks from the Vera Institute. They should be on the ground here with us November 7th, 8th, and 9th to be on the ground to meet us and to look at our services and hopefully help us with our work as we move forward. So optimistically, I stand before you and excited about phase 3 and happy to answer your questions.
Ms. Brenner?
Yeah, I don't know if you or Jack or maybe Ann. You guys have any idea? I'm thinking maybe it's because we're on the border. Why are we the second worst in the state?
Ann?
Ann Deacon, we're actually great, but our problem is that we have a very high need for treatment for people with opioid addiction and very few providers to meet that need. So that's where we rank
So
second
it's a
worst
two
in the
thing,
state, is that we don't have the treatment capacity to meet the need. And we're worse off than most counties, unfortunately.
Well, if that's the case, even with Medicaid, I mean, will providers take people? I keep hearing this thing about Medicare, that it's like, they're just not going to take Medicare people.
Right.
What about Medicaid?
It's Medicaid that is the issue. And as of April, when the behavioral health organizations, our regional behavioral health organization, took over the administration of those services from the county, it also changed to a managed care system, which means now finally the Medicaid administrator, in this case the BHO, can set the reimbursement rates for services. That's made a significant difference. Immediately, they increased the fee structure by 30%, just to ensure that they could recruit future providers and to ensure that current providers don't sink. We lost 2 providers in the last few years because the rates were so low that the state said that they could not break even. So we are looking forward to a more robust treatment capacity in our community, but it'll take a couple of years to build up, unfortunately.
Other questions?
Oh, you had all the questions for Jack and nothing for me? That's all right.
Well, I have more in here if you really want them.
Yes.
You're the boss of me.
Well, now I can call you and we can get together.
Oh, Rudd's going to ask a question.
No,
Rudd.
I'm just going to say thank you to both of you. I appreciate the effort of the two of you and the rest of the task force.
You're welcome, and it's our pleasure.
The work you've done
Jack
is
and
just,
Jill.
the work you've done is great. We really
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
But who would, you two are the best anyway. I mean, really, even before you did this stuff, we were lucky to get you on.
Thank you. I'm grateful for your comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Both of you.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
so I also want to acknowledge Jill and Jack and the entire task force for just working really hard and being committed to it and being a diverse group of stakeholders and just showing up at every meeting and doing great work. And I'm just very grateful to all of them for the product that we have here. This report really is thorough. And so what I would like to do is just make a motion that we accept the Phase 2 report. I don't think we're officially obligated to do that, but I think it'd be something nice we could do and report back to the task force. But I also want to,
Somebody touched something.
in the back, who did it?
Wow.
Somebody leaned
thought-
against something
No,
back
I
there.
did.
You did it? Did you do it?
Halloween is coming.
Ouch.
It was just to wake up everybody.
Yeah, wake up, wake up. So, yes, so formally just accept the Phase 2 report, and also, I want to, as part of that motion, though, we're not adopting any of the recommendations yet. I don't think that will sort of happen one at a time, but I think it's really important that tonight we affirm the recommendation about location, just as far as, I think it's really important that we start to engage the community, that neighborhood, about that decision, because a number of years ago, 10 or so, when we built the other facility, there was talk that, hey, this is going to be temporary, and the neighborhood said, great, and now we're saying, it's been a great neighbor, the neighborhood has accepted it, there's hardly any complaints about it, but I think we owe it to them, and the sheriff has been very strong in this regard as well. Like, we owe it to the neighborhood to do public outreach before we make any further commitments to that location for our triage center. And I'm confident the neighborhood will support it, but I think just as part of my motion, that signal to the administration, that public outreach in partnership with the city of Bellingham is really important, because that's the bottleneck right now for the triage committee to be getting back to the business of coming up with a budget and operational design and an actual capital facility design. So that's a long motion. I move we accept the report and affirm the recommendation to start public outreach on that location.
On Division Street.
On Division Street, yeah.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, Mr. Weimer, discussion.
I'll second that, and Mr. Mann stole my thunder, and it's right that he did, but my question was going to be, how are we going to start this outreach so the ball doesn't stall here with the county council, so we can move forward with those discussions with the neighborhood out there and keep the triage center rolling along.
Mr. Chair, as County Executive allows, the administration supports the work of the Incarceration Prevention and Reduction Task Force, and we'd be pleased to facilitate a neighborhood meeting out in the Division Street area that to articulate what the plan, what our plan may be, and to receive that neighborhood input. We'd also want to continue the discussions with the behavioral health organization for not only the capital but the operational funding necessary to make this work, and then continue to implement plans as described by the task force when funds are available. As you know, we've put a pilot program in this year's budget for district court for the monitoring, home monitoring. We've got personnel in the public defender's office and in the health department to augment our services. And as we unveil the budget here over the next few weeks, if there's other opportunities that come available, to take a look at that. So I'm committed to doing that and working with council and the community to move this forward.
Great,
Thank you, Executive Laws.
I should add, if I could, I do want to thank Executive Laws, because the administration has been supportive of this and sending staff to all the meetings. And Tyler, you've been great to work with. You've been, at every single meeting and pulling it all together. And I know I'm praising everyone, but y'all really deserve it. So I just want to mention Tyler and the administration being supportive as well.
Any other discussion on the motion? Mr. Brown?
Mr. Sadhu was first on that.
I was going to say that if you all remember, just a year ago, when this jail levy was on the ballot, and there was so much discussion and some was acrimonious, and one of the major subject of discussion was that why are not taking steps to reduce incarceration? Why are not taking steps to provide services, people who do not belong in the jail? How can we take care of them? This is a perfect example that when the community works together, good things happen. And this has been a great effort by all the different parties, stakeholders involved, and they worked together for a year. And I know that it's a record that no member wanted to miss any meeting because they were so committed. And reading this report and seeing this that this is something which all the community members agree to, so that it can be a success. And congratulations to all the members, the administration, and all the community people who helped make it happen. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
I'm supportive of the motion, just mindful of the fact that that facility is currently occupied by as the jail work center. So while that may be the good long-term use for the building, we couldn't do anything until we've worked out where those people are going to be relocated.
We're contemplating a new structure on the site in addition.
Okay. All right.
Well, yeah, right. Right, sorry, two structures joined with a common form.
So it's not a repurposing of the existing structure?
Sorry?
It's not a repurposing of the existing structure?
No.
But frankly, that's not how we envision it now, but that's open to phase 3 is all about really dialing in those details, but as of now, the concept is to build two structures with a common foyer. In addition, there's a large area on the site that's still available.
Anything else before we vote on the motion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to accept the report, signify with aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. We will now move into our public hearings. Audience members who signed up at the back of the room prior to the beginning of the meeting will be called first, and you're asked to form a line on either side of the chambers. If you're unable to sign up before the meeting, you will still be given an opportunity to speak should you desire to. Each speaker should state his or her name for the record and will be given 3 minutes to address the council. Council staff will keep track of the time and let you know when you have 30 seconds left, and they'll also let you know when your time is up. So our first public hearing is a request for a major modification and a 1-year extension to the Lincoln Road Long Division and Planned Unit Development. Do we have any staff report at all? No? Okay, we will open the public hearing. We have no one signed up. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing.
Somebody's coming down.
Oh, sorry.
Brian Jones with Jones Engineers, representing the proponent. If there's questions, but I'll take them.
Oh, no.
No,
I have
okay.
questions.
Didn't think so.
Oh, maybe he does.
We have questions. I'm just trying to figure out how many extensions have been granted before. There was a 2-year extension per an ordinance, and then another 1-year extension, and this would be another 1-year extension?
That's correct.
But by granting this 1-year extension, there'll be, what code are going to be in effect when it is built? Because there's the stuff in the report about whether it was the 1997 or 2005.
According to conditions for this is for, I believe, the 2017 code for stormwater and wetlands. Let me just check. Don't want to tell you the wrong thing.
Staff's behind you, they might be able to.
Yeah.
It's in the staff report. Yep. Thank you. Go ahead.
Amy Keenan, Whatcom County Planning and Development Services. If passed as recommended by the Technical Review Committee, the subdivision would be approved under the codes in effect at the time of civil drawing submittal, meaning at this point under the newest stormwater regulations, and then depending on submittal, perhaps under the newest critical areas.
You're not agreeing on that? Or?
They're smiling.
How fast we are.
Oh, okay. Well, and in your letter, it's where it says staff does not recommend an approval of the 1-year extension request. Is that, am I reading that right?
Staff is recommending the 1-year extension with conditions requiring updated development standards at the time of civil drawing submittal.
Okay, it's the part that said staff does not recommend approval that is confusing me on page 1 at 408. But that means if these conditions aren't in place, you would not?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I think I get it then. Thanks.
Mr. Weimer?
I think that was
I guess that was my question too, and I'm not sure it's been clearly answered yet. When you say at the time of civil drawing submittal, which stormwater manual will be in place at that time?
What's our current, let's see, 2013, I think?
It will be what was just adopted
Yeah.
and became consistent on Monday. So it'll be the current stormwater regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so we will close the public hearing, and what are the wishes of the council?
I'll move approval.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion?
Question?
Yes.
Does the motion automatically include those conditions that we just discussed?
That's,
Okay.
Yes.
that's what I'm
I
that's what
see
I'm
all
trying
these
to
heads
clear.
going up
Yes.
and
All
down,
right.
yes.
Just making sure.
Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Second public hearing is a resolution extending the current Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District funding mechanism and level for the Samish Watershed Subzone. Do we have a staff report on this? Sure, if you have one.
You would like one?
Good evening, Council. Gary Stoika, Whatcom County Public Works. This is a renewal of the current subzone. We've got 5 subzones in the county. This is the one, oddly, covering Lake Samish area. And it's a little unique. It had an expiration date after 10 years. The purpose of this subzone at the time, or at this moment, is to fund a flow regulating structure in Friday Creek, which is required in exchange for people who have draw water from the lake. It's a settlement that was reached, I think, about 20 years ago. That flow structure and the fish ladder needs to be in place until such time as the residents don't draw water from the lake. The current rates would be the same going forward. We're recommending that just renew it to maintain that structure.
Okay. Any questions before we hear from the public? Okay, thanks, Gary. We'll open the public hearing. First person that signed up is Larry Helm. And then Max Perry, and then Ryan Davis.
This is general comment, right?
On this?
On this is on the Whatcom County Flood Control Funding
Okay,
Mechanism.
I wanted to speak on general comment, so I'll
Okay,
relinquish
we'll
this.
scratch you off this. Max Perry,
Yeah, he wanted
It's,
to.
open.
it's hard to know what you're signing up for back there sometimes.
Ryan Davis. Open session. Joelle Adams.
Same.
Marilee Schofield. Okay. Does anyone want to speak to the flood control district funding mechanism? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. What are the wishes of the council?
Move to approve?
Okay.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Mr. Sadhu.
I had a point that why don't we put a date on it? Like we are saying until further notice or further board decision. Why don't we put 10 years on it? That would allow the council at that time or staff at that time to see that does it need a revision or not? Is there any issue
It's
with
been operating for 10 years and it had an expiration on it for
Yeah.
10 years, but it needs to be kept in place until such time as a water system is developed around Lake Samish. And so, and there's been no activity on that. So if that ever happens, then at that point it can be extinguished.
My point is almost
Right.
the same, is if you put 10 years on it, then it creates that urgency or at least a target that the community there or the staff should do something, okay, 10 years are coming up.
Well, that would be up to the community to decide if they wanted to establish a water system, and so far that hasn't happened. So it needs to be kept in place in perpetuity. So the idea would be, there's no movement in that direction. All the other subzones, none of the other subzones we have do have expiration dates, but the council could always, at any time, we could revisit that.
Okay.
Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, if the clerk would please call the roll.
Barbara Brenner,
Yes.
Rudd Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ken Mann.
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Our next public hearing is a resolution forwarding draft shoreline master program amendments to the Department of Ecology for review. Mr. Personius.
Good evening, Council. Mark Personius with Planning and Development Services. This resolution would authorize that under current code, both bed and breakfasts and vacation rentals are listed as commercial uses in shoreline areas, which triggers the need for a conditional use permit, as well as other requirements. Staff for this resolution proposes to redefine those enterprises as residential uses, which will reduce the requirements within the shoreline areas, with the exception of the Lake Whatcom watershed, where conditional use permits would still be required. So what the resolution does is, because Department of Ecology has to approve amendments to the Shoreline Master Program, this resolution is to forward those to Ecology ahead of time before we come forward with the proposed zoning regulations that would match these or accompany these for the upland areas regarding vacation rentals. We anticipate ecology review to take plus or minus 5 to 6 months, and so we wanted to get that out ahead of time so that folks had ecology has time to get back to us on the applicability of these proposed changes, and we can match it up with proposed changes. We would also have in the zoning code, which will have a subsequent public hearing before you guys sometime in 2017. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Mr. Weimer?
So these shoreline rules that we're forwarding on to ecology don't include the parts about registration and all of that business. That's within the zoning code that we'll be dealing with separately.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, thank you. We will open the public hearing. We have 3 people signed up. Sally Harper. And Brian, I can't make out your last name, Loden. And Wendy Harris.
Hi, my name is Sally Harper. I want to thank you for letting us have the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to say I disagree with the County Council's decision to amend the Shoreline Management Act in Whatcom County. And I'm glad that Mark sort of explained some of it, but I don't think that the general public is really aware that these changes and these proposed amendments to the Shoreline Management Act are basically being proposed and were created strictly, for the most part, to just open the door to accommodate VRBOs and increase tourist use of Lake Whatcom. And not only Lake Whatcom, but on all the shorelines in Whatcom County. Up until now, VRBOs in the Whatcom County have been pretty much illegal because of, especially in the watershed, because of the Shoreline Management Act. It's protected the shorelines on all the other lakes and rivers and even saltwater coastlines from inappropriate commercial development. Maybe there are some areas of the county where VRBOs are appropriate. For example, in Glacier and Birch Bay, there's more of a tourist use that has been maybe working in those communities. However, I just really question this decision in these amendments, which will affect the watershed of Bellingham. So the planning department, has been presented these changes as if that there will be a conditional use permit in the watershed, but if you look closely, it's more of a VRBO owner doing a checklist, a self-checklist, which sounds more like rubber stamping and really not very regulating. 3 years ago, there were 14 VRBOs in Lake Whatcom when we first started talking about this concern, and now there are 40 plus on the shores of Lake Whatcom. Some of these waterfront homes are renting for $700 a night. So it's a big business at this point. If the council prevails and ecology agrees to lift these restrictions and amend the verbiage, so how then will the county stop this kind of use on Lake Whatcom.
30 seconds, please.
Okay, so I'm thinking, when will Bellingham be aware, and when will they care when there's 200 or 300 of these tourist homes on the lake? So I think it goes against the EPA mandate to clean up the lake, and I think when the council says yes to making money and on the lake, because there's just not enough regulation.
Time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Brian? Hey, Wendy Harris?
Wendy Harris. I oppose this regulation. It's certainly the wrong direction to go for Lake Whatcom. Our primary concern with Lake Whatcom should be water quality and public health. And all that permit does is allow the county to collect a little money. And it allows homeowners to collect money. And it encourages people to come in and buy property so that they can rent it out and make a profit. And we don't want to increase intensity of use around Lake Whatcom. We all know that the less development, the less activity going on, the less opportunity there is for pollution to reach the water. And that should be our first and highest concern. And when I lived across the street from the lake, I was back to back with a vacation home on the alleyway. And when people come for vacation, they have a little bit of a different attitude. They're there to have a good time, and they're not vested in the community. They may not understand the concept of water stewardship. They're boating, they're having barbecues, they're playing music, just all the kinds of things that people do when they have a vacation. But our water reservoir is not the appropriate place for that. What you're doing is you're encouraging commercial applications and uses in Lake Whatcom, and not just in Lake Whatcom, on the shoreline. It's a really bad policy. The other thing I'd ask you to consider is we've had a lot of discussions here, and I'm surprised all my realtor friends aren't standing up here because they're quite concerned about the fact that we don't have affordable housing. What this is going to do is encourage houses to be bought and then used as vacation homes rather than homes for families. And it's going to help drive up prices in the watershed. And it's the opposite of what we're trying to do. If you want to retain more homes in the county and in the city for families and help keep them affordable, this is the worst thing to do. And then I'd also like to talk about, on a more personal level, the quality of life impacts this has. When I had people that were coming in every week, that vacation home across the street from me was pet friendly. So every time someone came in with a pet, all the other dogs in the neighborhood started off
30 seconds,
barking.
please.
They didn't know who that person was. We were hearing music. They didn't know I had a breathing problem, so fumes are flying. When you live in a neighborhood, you kind of talk to your neighbors and try to accommodate each other, and that doesn't happen when you have new people coming in. And of course, it's a security risk. You don't know who's there or who they are, and they're close to your home, and there's just a lot of reasons not to do this, and I'm sorry I didn't engage
Time.
earlier, but there's a lot going on. So thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to us about the Shoreline Master Program? Seeing,
Hello, my name is Susan Hansen, and I've spoken to the council before, and this seems to me like when Kendall and the Campers Paradise out in the county were first developed, they were developed for a vacation usage only, so never full-time occupancy. So I didn't even plan on talking about this, but it's come up. So we had some issues with the Belfort. I don't know if you guys were privy to all that when they were talking about developing that for multifamily use. And now we have a situation also on top of that in Kindle and Paradise and Peaceful, where you have antiquated systems that were developed for short-time usage that when the Canadian dollar went the way of the dodo and Whatcom County incurred a lot of land because our Canadian people who bought that land for vacation could no longer afford it and could not pay their property tax, the county inherited a lot of property. So what did they do? Well, what do we do as a county? We auction that off. And we have to change the usage from vacation occupancy to full-time occupancy. So think about this. Things change. And we have this system that says, okay, we can only occupy this for so long. Okay, and then things happen and we have to say, okay, now we need full-time occupancy. So my point is, let's be cautious in developing a system that's only for short-term that we later have to change to long-term. And what does that mean? How do we change it? What is it going to cost in the long run? And then we're creating a whole new problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to talk to us about the Shoreline Master Program? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing. What's the wishes of the council?
I have a question.
Yes.
For staff, Mark or whoever, just thinking about Lake Whatcom, what is the difference between the regulations for these establishments in the Lake Whatcom watershed versus the other shorelines that we're talking about?
The proposal would be that they would require a shoreline conditional use only in the Lake Whatcom watershed, not in any other shorelines of the county.
And a conditional use permit is not a self-checklist, is it?
No, that's a hearing examiner, requires staff report, conditions, and there will be conditions included. There are conditions included in the proposed zoning regulations that will come. You guys have briefed those. Those have been recommended already by the Planning Commission. We'll come back to those.
Okay. I just thought I
next
heard
year.
someone say that there was like a self-inspection checklist.
So,
No.
yeah, what Sally's talking about is the zoning, the actual registration program, which is
Sally, please.
would be part of the zoning regulations that would be updated and adopted next year by council. So that requires that idea that a lot of jurisdictions are doing around the country is you register with us. It allows PDS to do enforcement because then we get you on the registry and we have a 24-hour phone number to contact folks. If we do get complaints, we know who to go to when there are complaints in terms of the owner. So that is separate and distinct from getting a conditional use permit for the use in the Lake Whatcom watershed. That's in addition to that.
Do we have a plan for the aquatic invasive species issue that we have in Lake Whatcom with that conditional use permit? Will there be special notifications or rules if people are advertising with a boat launch, et cetera, that
Yes.
reminders that they better
Yes.
get the inspection?
We're going to require that folks have some language posted at the home that talks about what the requirements are for the AIS.
Are we going to hold the homeowner responsible for any failures on their tenant's part to abide by the AIS inspection rules?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Ms. Brenner?
That's what I thought we were doing, but it isn't really clear in here, the language. So when you talked before about doing the local codes, and being more specific, that's where all that stuff's going to be.
Right.
Okay.
You haven't
Because
s-
this wasn't, it was like, I was going, wait a minute. I thought it would look different.
Yeah, because this is a shoreline code amendment, it has its own special path and has to be approved by the Department of Ecology. So this is just a separate path that has to get done.
Okay.
Mr. Donovan?
I'm trying to backtrack how this got here. And I think the initial assumptions we were working with when we started engaging with staff on this was the conversion is happening. The stuff that we're hearing from the public that they're worried about, that people are converting houses into vacation rentals, and we don't have a mechanism to do any enforcement. And that may or may not be something we can discuss further. But the assumption here is this is going to give us a way to actually get some control over stuff that's already going on, right?
Correct.
Yeah, that doesn't look that way.
Yeah, I mean, because I can see it when you read it, it doesn't. sound that way, but
Yeah,
that,
and again, the enforcement component, the registry component, and the rest of the conditions that would be applied to the conditional use permits will come to you next year when this comes back.
but that's all part of, this is part of that bigger
Correct.
goal.
Right.
Mr. Weimer?
Yeah, just for clarity, so when we get to phase 2, the Title 20 changes, those aren't tied to this at all. So when we get to the registration and stuff, if we want to strengthen that and address invasive species by saying you can't launch a boat anywhere other than Blowdell Donovan, we can make those changes at that time and it won't have to go back to ecology.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, just to help answer Mr. Donovan's query, one of the things that drove this was the existing system, well, the lack of enforcement, the lack of structure with the existing system has resulted in some places on Lake Whatcom being converted. For example, I visited a 3-bedroom house that's been converted to sleep 25 people, and they've done it by removing structural walls, and it's got this long litany of really serious safety violations. So it's the worst of everything. It's occupied to a level that pushes the sewer system beyond its capacity, garbage, noise, parking, structural defects. This is an attempt to acknowledge that that VRBOs are going to occur, but if they do occur, they occur under the same standards that we do residential occupancy.
Ms. Brenner?
What would happen legally? What if we just not do this and just do those other things? Can we do that? Do we have to have this? The wording change is just weird, but I want to get, the other stuff sounds fine.
So
We're doing this because, we're changing this stuff because why? We can't do the other stuff without it?
So we have, as you recall from previous briefings, we've identified 300 to 400 or more vacation rental units in the county. The majority of those are in shoreline jurisdiction. Most Birch Bay, Lake Whatcom, Glacier, and other areas. And technically, right now, the code requires that all of those have a conditional use permit. Shoreline conditional use permit.
Well, I mean, I'm fine with this in some of those other areas. In Birch Bay, I have no problem with this. It's just very weird how it's written. And trust us, we're from the government. If we're going to make this, it's going to work when we get to the next phase.
Absolutely.
But if we didn't do this in Lake Whatcom, if we didn't make these changes in Lake Whatcom, we can't do the other stuff?
The enforcement, you mean?
Yeah,
The registry, you mean?
yeah.
Well, we would still do that, yeah. Yeah.
So why do we need this too?
Okay, again, there's 400 units in the shoreline jurisdiction that currently require a shoreline conditional use permit that don't have them. If you would like us to enforce, we can do that, but we would prefer that really we don't get a lot of complaints against those kinds of uses, and it's really is a residential use. It's not we don't consider it a commercial use. It's a home. We've always considered it a house, a single-family residence. Who lives in the house and what they do are more behavioral issues than it is a commercial versus a residential issue.
No, I get that. I mean,
Okay.
my only concern is this language that looks kind of strange to me for the Lake Whatcom watershed. I don't have a problem with,
So the concerns that have been raised by the public are specific to Lake Whatcom watershed as a water quality, as a water source for the city of Bellingham. Nowhere else do we have that issue. We don't have that issue in Birch Bay. We don't have that issue in Glacier or anywhere else. So that's why the additional layer, I believe the additional requirement for conditional use permit is there.
okay, I guess I'm going to trust you on this one because I don't quite understand it, but.
Okay, we still need a motion. Does anyone?
Move approval.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the issue? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Our next public hearing is a periodic update of the Whatcom County Critical Areas Ordinance, Whatcom County Code 16.16. This is an initial public hearing, and we will not be taking any vote on this tonight. So take it away, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the first kind of big overview hearing on the Critical Areas Ordinance update, which is a requirement, a mandate from the Growth Management Act that we update this. This has been through Planning Commission for and a technical review committee and a citizen advisory committee have been working on this for about the past 2 years. This is now before council. Kind of similar to what we've talked about in terms of process. We would kick this off with a kind of an overview hearing tonight for public comment, and then it's to the council's pleasure about how we go about the review process. We have talked about doing this like 1 chapter at a time or 2 chapters at a time through special committee of the whole. We would probably process that over the next several months with you. But tonight, anyway, is kind of the overview of that. I'll just real briefly highlight for folks what we saw as some substantive changes that came about to date after recommendations from the advisory committees and the Planning Commission. Those included allowing for an in lieu fee program for mitigation, for offsite mitigation, better describing and classifying landslide and alluvial fan areas, amending the Lahar inundation zone language to allow most uses allowed in the underlying zones, which the current language does not, integrating the requirements of the FEMA biological opinion into the frequently flooded areas and habitat conservation areas requirements, updating the wetlands classification system to meet the Department of Ecology's newer rating system, changing the minimum size of a regulated Class 4 wetland from 4,356 square feet to 1,000 square feet, adding new standards for trails and wetland and habitat conservation area buffers, adding language from the new ecology guidance and land use intensity tables regarding the types of measures that will reduce land use intensity, amending the wetland replacement ratio table based on the new Department of Ecology classification system, better clarifying the difference between regulated streams and non-regulated ditches, deleting the ability to install private launch ramps in habitat conservation areas, requiring an analysis be done prior to the removal of beaver in their dams, adding mitigation ratios for habitat conservation area buffer impacts, and a variety of definitional changes. So we don't think those are hugely substantial changes in terms of the overall ordinance, but we can talk about those in detail as we go through the review with staff. So our idea is that when we do come to a committee of the whole, we'll schedule that out with you, so we'll have staff available to answer specific questions you might have on specific issues. So when we schedule wetlands, we'll have the wetlands folks here. When we schedule geohazard areas, we'll have the geologist folks here. So,
Ms. Brenner.
What if we feel, what if I feel strongly about something in here and I would like to see it changed now after the hearing rather than waiting while people keep, writing and calling concerned about it? I'm talking about the Lahar word.
oh, I think that's a great example of where we should have the geologists come so we can have a good in-depth back and forth discussion about
But can't we start off saying, what we want for Lahar is a good evacuation route, and that's what we think will work, and we don't need the other stuff, and start from there, and if people, can we do that tonight?
That's council's prerogative.
Cool.
Any other?
Not supposed to clap.
Any other questions for staff before we hear from the public? Okay, thank you, Mark. We will now open the public hearing. We have a lot of folks signed up. Start with Doug Gonzalez, Vern Yaden, and Wes Nygaard.
Where's Doug? I see Vern.
And what's your name? Okay. Vern?
Good evening. I'm Vern Yaden, pastor at Kendall Chapel and involved in a lot of community organizations in the Kendall-Columbia Valley area. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak concerning the Lahar section of the Critical Areas Ordinance. I have two main concerns for the residents of Kendall, Columbia Valley, and that is safety and health of our residents and also the economic development that would provide jobs to lower crime and poverty in our area. The county has been gracious and is investing millions of dollars in our regional resource center. We have churches, two churches have invested over $1 million apiece in improved facilities. And I see the original Lahar ordinance and this new addition militates against economic development without reasonable safeguards in view of a 14,000-year event. First of all, it lacks specificity concerning the width of the Lahar flow and also the elevational components of the flow. I understand that the dimensions will be set later, depending on what the U.S. Geological Service comes up with. But as to hindrance to the economic development, if a deed would be labeled as in a Lahar zone, that could impede, of course, one getting a loan from a bank. It could also hinder further development of one's property and rebuilding the Kendall Chapel after a fire, if there was a capacity limit. My question is, who is really responsible for Mount Baker? Well, it's the federal government. And the federal government, as I understand, has only 2 monitors. And I understand from staff that this mountain is not well studied. You know, I have to bear the responsibility of my property, and I would think that this responsibility for anything that happens on federal land should be borne by the federal government. So I'm recommending that the state and federal government establish evacuation plans with signs and, if necessary, a warning system, and remove all of the rest of the regulations that
30
are on the
seconds,
book
please.
or are going to be put on the book potentially. Thank you.
Thank you. Wes Nygaard, and then Randy Snow.
Good evening. My name is Wes Nygaard, and I'm a director with the entity that owns the Mount Baker Camp. And I just want to thank you for the time that you've given us this evening to address the council. Mount Baker Camp has a magnificent 55-year history. I don't know if you're familiar with the camp. We feel it's one of the most beautiful settings in the Northwest United States. Currently, we have a room capacity for 300 guests, and we accommodate approximately 2,000 guests per year. The camp is a retreat for Whatcom County families, youth groups, and individuals. We recently purchased the camp and have invested substantial money in updating the existing facilities and are planning future facilities. Regarding the proposed Lahar regulations, we feel the proposed Lahar regulations will negatively impact the camp's ability to continue its important role in the county and the surrounding community. Our concerns are the unnecessarily restrictive regulations directed to an event that has been identified to occur once in 6,000 to 14,000 years. Looking at the best available information before a Lahar would occur, Mount Baker would give, at the least, a few days advance warning and more than likely a few weeks warning. This advance warning would allow people to calmly and easily evacuate the area. The camp supports common sense regulations, including notice on title that property is in a Lahar zone, placement of signage for evacuation routes like are currently posted in tsunami zones, education and community outreach programs in the Lahar zones. If county adopts occupancy limits, a 100 occupancy would be far too low. We offer forward that occupancy limit be 800 per building, seeing no reason 800 people cannot evacuate with days or possibly weeks of warning just as safely as 100 would be able to evacuate. The 100 limit, as an example, would make it impossible for the camp to build a gym because the gym, in theory, could hold more than 100 people. We feel
30
the
seconds,
100
please.
limit is unreasonable and an unnecessary restriction on the camp's property. I would like to suggest to the council that for greater in-depth clarity, they would please see the October 20th, 2016 letter from Seth Wilson for the camp's additional comments and concerns. And I thank you for listening and considering our comments.
Thank you. Randy Snow, and then Seth Wilson.
Hi, good evening. I'm Randy Snow, another board member of the Dantia that owns the Mount Baker camp, and I'm really just coming to ask your help, bottom line. We need your help because the proposed critical areas regulation update has wording that will affect our camp's ability to grow and continue to service the Whatcom community, which we've done for almost 55 years, the camp itself. And basically, bottom line is, the best way to help us is to have common sense regulations, which is education, signage, and maybe something on the title. I mean, if you can build a mansion or a resort in a tsunami zone, as long as it's built per code, and there's signs all the way down. But this thing's telling you, you know, you guys can't build, you can't do anything. And we need your help. I appreciate it. I hope that was simple, but thank you.
Thank you. Seth Wilson, then Chuck Patterson.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time. Seth Wilson, I represent the Mount Baker Bible Way Camp. I submitted a letter on October 20th, and that has much more that I'm going to be able to talk about tonight in 3 minutes, so I really encourage you to read that. There's some other issues that I'm not going to touch on tonight that are important as well. The proposed Lahar zone regulations unreasonably restrict the camps and other property owners' property rights without providing a measurable safety improvement due to the low probability of this perceived risk. The proposed regulations greatly exceed the recommendation of the county's own best available science in the record. The only recommendation in your BAS for areas west of Glacier is to limit critical structures. Bible Way Camp and other property owners up there aren't critical structures. Those are fire stations, things of that nature. In fact, with my letter, I've included a fact sheet and a plan. The fact sheet was drafted by the U.S. Geological Survey and U.S. Department of Interior, and that's attached to the state of Washington's Mount Baker Glacier Peak Coordination Plan, which is an initial source of science that you should look at. And that it indicates that lahars on the west side of Baker occur only once every 6,000 to 14,000 years at times of volcanic activity. And it also gives off weeks of warning, and I will give you a quote directly out of that document that's produced by the Geological Survey. Monitor volcanoes like Mount Baker generally give signs of reawakening before an eruption because it takes time for magma to move from its storage area several miles beneath the volcano to the surface. As magma moves up to the surface, it breaks open a pathway which produces earthquakes and goes from lower to higher pressures, resulting in the release of volcanic gases. At volcanoes like Mount Baker and Glacier Peak, which have not erupted for more than a century, their conduit system which conveys magma to the surface has solidified and will have to be fractured and reopened for the next magma to reach the surface. Thus, we anticipate that we will likely have several weeks of warning before an eruption. That's unlike an earthquake, which happens immediately with no warning, and you allow occupancies of much higher than 100 people in all tons of earthquake zones. The best available science in the camp support regional regulations, given the low probability of this event and the high probability of significant advance warning, which will allow for safe evacuation. Designate the hazard zones within your county code like the Skagit County does without any further regulations. That's exactly what Skagit County does, and they're on the more dangerous side for explosions and lahars than the west side is. And post-evacuation route markers. There's going to be ample
30
time
seconds,
for people to
please.
evacuate, given the warning signs that are going to be given as this mountain maybe becomes active in the next 6,000 to 14,000 years, maybe. Given the extremely low probability, these measures would provide more than adequate protection for human life and safety without severely limiting property rights. Appreciate your time, and please do look at the rest of my letters. There's some other very serious issues that need to be addressed in the proposed updates, especially regarding non-conforming uses. There's some changes of language that would expose you to some litigation that you should easily clear up. Thank you.
Thank you. Chuck Patterson, then John Weinstra.
Hi, I'm Chuck Patterson. Thank you for hearing what I have to say. I own the Whatcom grocery store up in Deming, and it's been a real struggle to get that up and running. It was, completely dilapidated. I wanted to do something nice for the community, and, I invested my life savings, putting that together. And all the way through the whole process has been a struggle, from the banks to the rules, the regulations. I fought it all the way up, and I'm still fighting regulations and rules, but I'm following them. And to have new rules, new regulations, and more, demands on me is going to break us. I just don't need any more rules and regulations. I'm trying to provide something decent for the community. Everybody wants to live up there. The people that are going to go up skiing and hunting and fishing and camping, they need that type of a facility. In the event of an evacuation, people will probably be headed towards the hills instead of headed towards the city. So it'd be a great place for an evacuation center. They could also be used possibly for a food bank, which would also enhance the evacuation center. So in the event of some crisis, other than just a lahara, like a nuclear attack, everybody would have some place to go. And that sounds pretty harsh, but that's, it seems to be on the news lately. So I would like to see some evacuation routes, not only to get out of the area, but for people to get into another area and head for the hills. So it would be a good idea to widen the road, maybe put a 3-lane road up that way, if possible, or do sections where you can have better, traffic, accessibility, good signage, good education and routes of which way people should be going, flyers and pamphlets that can be passed out. And maybe look at some good leadership and have some funding to put in these evacuation centers that I'm talking about, strategically located in higher areas of elevation to where people have a place to go and there's food there already. That's pretty much what I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. John Weinstra. Okay. Peter and Kirby Cook.
Hi guys, Peter Cook, Chair 9. My family and I own Chair 9. Thank you for your time. I was kind of up here tonight just to say that I kind of disagree with the way that the verbiage is written right now with the critical areas ordinance. How's it going to change if it passes? 6 years ago we built Chair 9, and at that time I think we were the first ones to have a volcanic study. Doug Goldthorpe, the geologist, made us do that, so we had to put geologic signs in Chair 9, have an evacuation route, and have a lot in place. And I think right now that should be the main goal for the whole county is like, we have tsunami evacuation routes. Why don't we have a volcanic evacuation route? Why don't we have signage that says you're in an active volcano zone, and go that route versus taking away people's jobs and everything else up in Glacier right now. It'd be devastating to our economy up there, our little community, to have something like this happen. So thanks for your time.
Sure, thanks. Kirby, and then after that is Shelley Crabtree.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Kirby Cook, and I am the owner-operator of Chair 9 and the Blue Tea Lodge located in Glacier, Washington. We have a family-owned business, and we've had it for approximately 6 years now. And it's kind of amazing because when we first built that, I was always looking at Mount Baker, I was thinking, wow, what if that had erupted, we're building right here and Mount Baker's right there. And I was saying, well, it's like, what if it erupted? What would we do? And so anyways, when we had the people come in and do their survey, as far as the evacuation route, and when they were doing it, I actually made a statement that, this is kind of crazy, really. We were the first ones evidently in the United States of America to have an evacuation route put in our restaurant. I said, it's obvious. You get in your car and you drive down the mountain. And the guy looks at me and he goes, you're dead. I go, what do you mean? You don't drive down the mountain? He goes, you drive up the mountain. We have I can't remember, it's Glacier, or Canyon Creek Road, is where we're supposed to go. So anyways, I'd be dead right now. I wouldn't be talking to you if the mountain did erupt. Yeah, this would be redundant to go over everything everybody's gone over already. My main concern was we took off our vacation a month ago, and I just found out just a little bit ago, 2 years this has been in the process. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Approximately?
Well,
If you were a business owner at Chair 9 and you had a vested interest for your family in Chair 9, would you want to know about something, a process that was being put in place by somebody else that might change your whole way of life? So that upset me, to finding out, a month ago that this thing had been going on for 2 years. My other question just came up today driving down the mountain. Does PSE, Puget Sound Energy, do they have the same restrictions I do? In other words, do they have to come to you or to whoever to get a permit to go up there and build a battery shed? If you don't know the answer, I'd like to know for the record.
somebody in the
They
administration
do?
saying
Yes,
yes.
yes.
Then why? They've got like so many containers of batteries that are highly volatile. You're talking about environmental, all right? And you're thinking about a volcano and putting zoning restrictions on us.
30 seconds,
Yet
please.
you're willing to have Puget Sound Energy put out bomb up there, and if that volcano ever goes off, where does all those chemicals go? They go in the rivers. They go in the lakes. So I'm saying is let's be smart. Let's think about getting the people out, getting all the things everybody else has spoken about already completed. Forget about the zoning, please. That's all I got to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Shelley Crabtree, and then Kevin Fairshon.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. I'm the general manager of the Black Mountain Ranch. We have a very large membership, and this has been very concerning to me as well, just finding out recently that the restrictions could potentially make it very difficult for us to continue on the way we do. Our 1,000 memberships actually expand into about 3,000 to 4,000 people on a given weekend. So you might say this is a little concerning to me as well, and I believe too that there's never been any signs up to, I'm just learning to go up, not down. I want to get out of there as fast as anybody else. And after hearing everybody's concerns tonight, we all feel pretty much the same way about the signage. Black Mountain Ranch has been very instrumental in the community. We support the schools, children, the fire department, the sheriffs, churches, food banks, and a lot of outreach programs in the area. And it's a great place to live. We choose to live there. We understand the dangers of the volcano. Everybody's aware of it. And we go there anyway. So I really feel that the restrictiveness of the new ordinance that's coming on is really not making a lot of sense to the people in our community. And we'd really like to maybe have you guys get on board with being less restrictive, and let's do something educational, like post the signs, make people aware that they're in a volcanic area, and just feel like there's got to be a different way to handle this. So, thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Fairshon, and after that is Connie Cook.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. After hearing about the proposed changes to the critical areas ordinance, questions came to mind. Why would Council choose to focus on and regulate only a Lahar threat when other higher potential wider area threats exist to the greater county? To put things into perspective, wildfire risk is far greater and could potentially impact property owners well outside of the Lahar zones presented by the county. Would Council next propose limiting citizens' rights to rebuild on their current properties because there might be a major wildfire? The Cascadia subduction zone poses a more significant threat, an immediate threat to the entire West Coast. Would Council propose denying citizens the right to rebuild on their current properties throughout the county due to that threat? With multiple ports and border crossings, we face a daily risk of terrorism. We face increased threat of oil train explosions. Would the county propose we relocate citizens out of the potential impact zones of these areas or regulate away the right for citizens to rebuild in the event of one of those disasters? Seemingly, County has failed to fully understand the full scope of impact regarding the proposed critical ordinance changes. Homeowners insurance policies typically cover only the replacement of dwellings but not land. Therefore, under the county's proposed changes, those who lost homes in a lahar event effectively would not be able to rebuild without the acquisition of new undeveloped property to rebuild on. They would bear the burden of new permits, utility, and possibly easement development, and in addition would bear the loss of their former property, which in essence would become worthless. As things currently stand, a lahar event would cause temporary displacement with insurance payouts covering most, if not all, associated damages. County's proposed changes would create long-term or permanent displacement without the possibility of rebuilding and a great financial burden and emotional hardship to citizens forced to relocate. These proposed changes would greatly exacerbate economic losses. The proposed changes would also significantly impact our schools, workplaces, services, places of worship, gathering places, emergency services, and entire housing developments with collective populations into the thousands. And there we have the Regional Resource Center. Additionally, East County is already economically depressed. Foothills residents have struggled for decades with lack of services. Progress has been made in recent years to enhance these services and opportunities for light industry and cottage industries, which are poised to reduce poverty in our communities.
30 seconds, please.
Has the county considered the scope of impact in these areas? In the event of a disaster, the county should be focused on assisting in recovery efforts rather than impeding. As an aside, I'm involved with several community groups in the Foothills area. Without speaking for others collectively, I will say many of I've spoken to feel these proposed measures are seen as overreach. Ultimately, citizens have the right to choose whether or not they're willing to take calculated risk or live where they choose to live.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Director, my name is Kevin Fairshon, live in Kendall. Thank you.
Connie Cook, and then Derek Paris.
Hi there, Connie Cook, Glacier, Blue Tea Inn, and Graham's Restaurant. You've been working on this for 2 to 5 years without any local input at all. You didn't think about any of the local businesses or people that live up there? Why? No answer? I think maybe Bellingham may be at a higher risk of having a tsunami come and take out all of downtown than Glacier and having a volcano erupt. Just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek, and then Linda Twitchell.
Good evening, Council. Derek Paris. I'm the manager of Mount Baker Bible Way Camp. You've heard several members of the camp already come forward and speak and tell you how great the camp is, and I would second that. It's a wonderful place to live. I've been there with my family for a little over 8 years, and we love living up there in the shadow of Mount Baker. I also used to live in the shadow of another mountain, and that was Mount Rainier. My wife and I bought our first home in the Ording Valley, and we lived right next to the elementary school, across the street from the high school, and they built a Safeway because it wasn't deemed extremely so dangerous that you couldn't have a populace there. So in order to help achieve that, they put in early warning devices. They put in devices upstream, closer to the mountain, so if any flow, a lahar can be initiated without technically a volcanic activity. So snow and things can melt and come down the mountain, so you wouldn't necessarily have an earthquake to signal that there is movement. But the devices that they put in the streams and in the rivers do send an early warning down to the population, and with sirens we're all digitally connected nowadays and have devices, so there's no reason why you couldn't have radio station broadcast, sirens, and then implementation of evacuation routes. The easiest way to get away from a lahar may actually be on foot. because your higher elevation can be closer by foot than actually getting in your vehicle and driving along, potentially along the river. So there are, I think, a lot of things that need to maybe be thought through on the process of Lahar evacuation and early warning system, rather than just simply restricting business. We have a lot of influx of tourism that come through the valley every year and go to Mount Baker and ski during the wintertime. There's anywhere of 1,500 to 2,000 people that are on the ski area, which is on the eastern side of Mount Baker, and there are no evacuation signs for them. They come in freely, expecting to enjoy the day and without any real sense of, I'm potentially entering an area where I may not get out. I don't think they think about that. The camp was part of a
30 seconds,
a
please.
staging area in 2006 when the bridge got washed out. So we understand the ability and need to be able to help our community, and we're there to do that. But we'd also like to see the improved awareness for our community that comes through. So thank you for your time. Appreciate you hearing our comments.
Linda, then Carly Deathridge, and Paul Engel.
I will change the subject for just a second. And we have two main concerns from the Building Industry Association. I'm Linda Twitchell. One is Lahar's, but the other is regulation of the Category 4 wetlands. Currently, those wetlands, which are deemed the least valuable category of our wetlands, are limited to regulating those that are 5,000 square feet. We're talking about dropping that to 1,000. This is a recommendation, not a requirement, but a recommendation of the Department of Ecology, supposedly based on best available science. The argument is that these small isolated wetlands, which may be tire tracks in a pasture or something to that effect, areas that have been previously disturbed, are so valuable to frogs and small amphibians that we need to protect them. But if we drop and regulate the 1,000 square foot, you are still going to be able to, according to the Department of Ecology, pay money to mitigate. So we have this strange catch-22 where these are being recommended for regulation because they're so important, but they're not important enough to protect them. It's okay to pay money to fill them, which sounds like one more way to charge property owners money for using property for what it's zoned for. Okay. My other concern, of course, is Lahar's. The current regulations prohibit any commercial development in Lahar's. That does need to change, but I do agree with, and the BIAWC does recommend going with evacuation plans and education rather than development regulations. What's now proposed is various zones with different regulations, but we're talking about basically prohibiting a concentration, a business that would create a concentration of 100 people or more upstream from Nugent's Corner. What are you going to do with a ski area? What are you going to do with anything up there that offers people a way to make a living? The Growth Management Act does require that we protect our rural communities' character, and that's a point to take into consideration here. The other good point that others have made is I think we're concerned about Lahar's because of Mount St. Helens. It happened. People were liable. There was all this concern. But the
30
fact
seconds,
is,
please.
if these happen only once every 14 years, the last major eruption up there, 14,000, was 6,600. That's like 4,000 years before the birth of Christ, if you want to put it in retrospect here. I would strongly suggest the best way to deal with this is planning to evacuate. We don't stop people from living in Birch Bay for fear of tsunamis, which are more common. So let's take it all into comparative consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Carly, and then Paul Engel, and then Jeff Moretti.
Good evening, council members. I'm Carly Deathridge and live in Bellingham, Washington, and I also work at Resources for Sustainable Communities. Thanks for allowing public comment on the initial hearing for the Critical Areas Ordinance. Resources and 3 others from around the county sent you a letter earlier back on September 16th regarding the critical areas ordinance right before the initial staff presentation that you received. So in our letter, we highlighted 5 key areas of concern with the ordinance itself, or with some of the process points leading up to the council's review. These 5 themes are: 1, a need for improved public process and education about what the ordinance does. 2, concerns over excessive administrative discretion without explanation or guidelines when discretion is appropriate. Administrative discretion can create transparency issues. 3, the need for best available science. If departures in BAS happen or need to occur, there should be an explanation. 4, no net loss of critical areas and their functions, including ecosystem functions. This is the purpose of the ordinance at its core and state law under WAC 365-196. 830. We are concerned that the CAO is not achieving no net loss because there is little to no monitoring to verify if the county's regulations are actually working. Which brings me to my last point, number 5. The Planning Commission actually found in the findings of fact, item number 13, that the proposed regulations were not sufficient and consistent with the State Growth Management Act. I think this is a huge cause for concern. And mainly, they asserted that this is due to the lack of monitoring or baseline information on environmental conditions. So I hope the council spends significant time in the new year on the various issues within the CAO. I know LAHARs are big, and I hope you all can work to be in compliance with the law. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Paul Engel, and then Jeff Moretti, and then Roger Almskar.
Hi, my name is Paul Engel, and I'm the president of the Mount Baker Chamber of Commerce. Wanted to chat with you about some of the things that I saw in...
Could you get a little closer to the mic, please?
How's that?
Yeah, that's better.
The first thing, our goal as a chamber is to embrace recreation and tourism in the Mount Baker region. We'd really like you to allow building uses in the zones that will allow for future hotels. There's a couple of things after the Lambert deal passed. The Cook's property at Chair 9 would then become unconforming. Also, Joseph Garcia's property would become unconforming with if these new regulations are passed. And the whole downtown of Mount Baker. We worked really hard to get all of those put into and stay as, I believe it's called, small town commercial. We'd like to see that be the same. Also, the numbers as far as 100-person occupancy we'd like to see that raised quite a bit. I know for a fact that Chair 9 right now they have a higher occupancy than that as it stands right now. While not necessarily a cause for concern, but certainly a source of confusion, was the definition of overnight accommodations, included but not used in the document. I found it in the definitions, but I couldn't find it in the actual document. So we'd like to see clarity of that, where hopefully it's used first and then defined. Let's see. Finally, this topic has caused quite a stir in the Mount Baker community. Many business owners and representatives do not feel that they've had adequate time to review the material in order to make a thoughtful comment. I know that I've studied this a lot over the course of the last week and feel like I still haven't even scratched the surface as far as that goes. We'd like to have adequate time to review the material in order to make a thoughtful comment. I do ask the council to leave the comment period open for at least a week or two after this meeting so people who couldn't be here tonight would be able to be heard.
Yeah, it'll be open until probably next March or so.
Okay, cool.
That should do it.
That should do it. Since this has been going on for 2 years and I just found out about it a month ago, I own 2 businesses in Glacier. You just never know. Thanks.
Thank you. Jeff Moretti, then Roger Almskar, then Wendy Harris.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Moretti. I'm part of management at Black Mountain Ranch.
I'm also a homeowner in the Kendall area. Been working at the ranch for going on 7 years now. If this Lahar stuff goes through and you guys try to, the occupancy limits that would impose on us would be, pretty much end my career there, I think. We can't even hold a general meeting. The attendance would, would go over the occupancy limits that will be imposed by this. In which case, I'm not sure if the place would have to close down or whatever, but I've got 2 young children, both go to school in Kendall. We attend the churches in Kendall. Anything that would happen as far as the real estate with, being a homeowner there, if there's going to be, will I be able to sell my home if this all goes through? Would I be able to, a potential buyer be able to get financing to buy my home if I was to try to sell it? I don't know. I just think there's a lot for you guys to consider with this rather than just, signing it into law and then, wait for the rest of us that live up on the mountain and work up on the mountain to, just have to deal with the consequences of it. I appreciate you guys listening to us and good luck.
Thanks. Roger, then Wendy Harris, and John McLaughlin.
Good evening, council members. Roger Olmskar, I'm land use consultant. I'm also the president of the Whatcom chapter of the Citizens Alliance for Property Rights, and I was a member of the citizen committee that worked on the ordinance, although I want the council members to know that the citizen committee played a rather minor part in developing this draft. The technical advisory committee did most of the redrafting and was sort of the driving force behind whatever changes are in there. And there are some good changes in there, but I do have some concerns. I will follow up with a letter. So what I'm saying tonight is from just myself. We'll follow up with a letter from what we call CAPER. I think it's important to see this ordinance, and I think we need a critical area ordinance, even if the growth management law didn't require one. I'd say we do need one to protect a lot of these environmental areas, especially the more valuable ones. But there is an issue in the whole nation about over-regulation, and this ordinance has the potential to make the regulatory situation worse in Whatcom County than better. So I'm interested in reform, and I'd like to throw out a 4-part test for what I think is reform for rules in general. They should be reasonable, clear, and concise, avoid conflicts and duplication, and I see those in my work in rural land use. Finally, all these rules should be aimed at legitimate public purposes, that is, preventing major adverse effects on people, their lives, their property, and public facilities too. So I think we can see an example in our front yard right now of overregulation where the Costco company, when they wanted to move, it took them about 4 years to get permits for that facility at Bakerview, and now they're getting it all built in 6 months. And that's one reason a lot of companies leave the United States, because of that kind of complexity and demanding agencies. We see it from the federal to the local level. I'll make a few comments on the CAO, the wetlands chapter. There's a couple of items in here that I don't think are all that scientific. One of them is the Department of Ecology. They call it the intensity scale for wetland buffers. It's low, moderate, and high. For example, a house on a 40,000 square foot lot, no matter where it is, in a subdivision or out in the rural, 5-acre zone, no matter what the conditions are, it's classified high intensity, same category as a regional mall or an oil
30
refinery.
seconds, please.
I'll have to wrap up here quickly. Another point is the buffers recommended by ecology. I don't think they're based on best available science, because they don't pay enough attention to what the site itself and what's going on adjacent to the site. I made a proposal on that, and I'll put it in my letter. And finally, I would like to see Whatcom County get positive about working with other cities and organizations and create several mitigation banks. Doing small mitigation projects on sites is often not the best thing for the property owner or the public. A lot of them just don't work very well. Thank you.
Thanks. Wendy, and then John McLaughlin.
Wendy Harris. I was a member of the Citizen Advisory Committee for the CAO. And I basically have reached a conclusion that the document you've been provided, both the draft ordinance and the best available science supplement, are so broke they can't be fixed. The CAO is a creature of the GMA, and you have to follow specific regulations and rules. And that's not being done. You can see it here in this audience. People are coming up here, and they're talking about points that are valid in their life, but are they valid to the rules you have to follow? No, they're not. The standard for geohazards, since it's on everyone's mind, is that some geohazards can be reduced or mitigated by engineering, design, or modified construction or mining practices so that risks to public health and safety are minimized. When technology cannot reduce risks to acceptable levels, building in geohazardous areas must be avoided. That's it. That's the rule. If you want something in, you have to show you come within the parameters of that test. A lot of the legal standards were not adopted into this updated CAO and aren't addressing compliance issues. But since my time's limited, I want to talk about really the single most important problem with the CAO. It doesn't accomplish its purpose. Its purpose is to protect critical area functions and values. And now the law's been changed, so it's required to protect the ecosystems in which critical areas are located. That change was never reflected in the CAO, which is a rather major change. In order to determine if you're protecting functions and values, you actually have to measure, identify, inventory, and monitor those functions and values, those critical areas, those ecosystems. The county hasn't done that. So they created a critical area ordinance 10 years ago. Had it been working, they'd be able to come forward and say, we've protected functions and values, and here's the information we have, or we've done well in this and not as well in this, and we're going to tweak this and leave this one alone. They have nothing to show us. If this had been working, they would have been able to show us that we had protected functions and values. So at this point, we have two options. The most preferred option, I think, would be ask for the additional 1 year time that I understand that you'd be allowed, hire a professional consultant to come in and do this job correctly, or two, there's a provision in the Washington Administrative Code under the GMA that allows you to follow an adaptive management approach where you're very conservative and do very little development as you're developing and monitoring so you can get those baseline standards. I put a lot into this. I wouldn't try to kill it for no reason. You all know I care about critical area ordinances, but I want it to be done and I want it to work. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
John McLaughlin, thank you for patiently considering public input. Although I serve on your Wildlife Advisory Committee, my comments tonight are my own. With his typical wit in the latest issue of the Cascadia Weekly, Tim Johnson charged Whatcom County government with violating the first two laws of holes in the context of protecting stream flow and groundwater. To quote, the first law of holes is if you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. The second law of holes is if you find yourself in a hole, find some way to climb out. I suggest, as written, the draft critical areas ordinance would violate the third law of holes. After you climb out of the hole you're in, do not dig another. 3 minutes do not provide time to cover all the specific revisions I see for the CAO, so here I'll focus on the role and application of best available science. The draft CAO contains extensive exemptions to most CAO protections. Science is very clear that exemptions to protective measures, no matter how well-intentioned, render those protections ineffective. Science matters, and the CAO should not grant license to contradict science. The
Draft CAO grants broad power to the technical administrator to grant variances, exemptions, reductions, and adjustments to critical areas protections. These powers provide license to render the CAO toothless. This concern was raised with the original CAO in the 2005 Best Available Science report by Parametrics and others. That report concludes, quote, many of the regulatory standards give considerable discretion to staff, which allows flexibility during the development review process, but may result in insufficient or inconsistent management approaches. And the report continues, the county may improve protection and management by adding prescriptive standards. The draft CAO now appears to ignore this recommendation. Staff discretion can override most CAO provisions, and prescriptive standards are lacking. This would not be good for planning staff either. Allowing staff discretion to grant CAO exemptions risks compromising their status as professionals and instead makes them political actors. Without prescriptive standards to rely on, staff become vulnerable to political pressure. State law calls these areas critical for a reason, which is not because their protection is discretionary. Prescriptive standards are most important when the context is politically difficult. If you really want to allow so many exemptions, you should name this the Conveniently Protected Areas Ordinance, and you could use the same acronym. To conclude, if you allow these exemptions, they will violate the GMA's BAS requirement, they likely will render the CAO
30 seconds,
ineffective,
please.
and they will do a disservice to planning staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to us about the critical areas ordinance? Come on down.
Hello, I'm Shorty Bjornstead, and I really wasn't going to come and talk to you. I really just came to watch the show, but after all this, I figured I had to. I've lived up there in the Kendall area for going on 30 years. I drive up and down that highway, and the gentleman, I think I've met him, but I don't remember his name, that did the Whatcom store. Watched Kirby Cook build the Chair 9 up there, and you can go up and down the road. I know people that work at the Whatcom store. I know people that work at Black Mountain Ranch. I know people that work at the Glen. I know people that work up there for Kirby. You know, I don't know what you guys are trying to do here, because this is one of these things where you make a stupid decision now, and what you're going to make is an urban area or a rural area that is just a dead zone in 10 years. Because if you do these rules, everybody can say, hey, you can play with it now, but in 10 years from now, how is a business going to exist? They can't. This is one of these things where you think you're bright today, and your decisions come back to haunt you 10 or 15 years from now. Real easy. And the other thing that bothers me about this is I'm not really a dumb cluck. I am retired, but I've owned 2 or 3 businesses on that hill during my time. I'm even one of those dinosaurs that gets his newspaper delivered in the box. And I got to figure out 30 days before this, when you guys been working on this for 2 to 5 years, how much money has been spent, man-hours spent on this, so that these people can find out about 30 days or so they can come in here and talk to you. And I tried to research this a little bit, but I'm pretty busy. I couldn't even research it in that length of time to know what I'm supposed to come up and talk about. So I just had some complaints, and I decided to come up and tell you what they were, and I hope you get some common sense on this. Put a couple signs up so I know which way to run, because now I'm confused after listening here. I would have ran downhill too, but I guess I'm supposed to go uphill. So let me know. You know, you guys got some brain surgeons that can deal with that, I'm sure. Put up a siren if you want to, like they do down there at Ocean Shores. You know, but come on. Let's not go nuts over this and put everybody out of business and all these young people that work at the ranch and the Glen and whatnot, so they don't have a job. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Dan and Traxler, 2011 Young Street. That's a hard act to follow. So I don't have anything substantive to say about the Lahar Zone, except that I will say that what these folks are saying is very, very reasonable, and I hope that you're listening to them. So I'm here representing the Whatcom County Farm Bureau, the Whatcom County Cattlemen's Association, the Whatcom County Dairy Association, the Whatcom County Family Farmers, and the Ag Water Board. And so we've gotten together, we've worked through the entire critical areas ordinance, we've formulated comprehensive comments. I've worked through them with some of the members of the partners, the more members of the partners are meeting in the next week or so to nail down our final comments. So you should get those, I would say, in the next 2 weeks, well before your initial review in January. So please be looking for those. And we would also welcome the opportunity to meet with any and all of you to discuss our recommendations. So thanks again for letting me speak.
Sure.
Hi there, my name is Shannon Schilt, and I am a resident up there
Get a little closer.
by Whatcom store. And I'm just finding out myself about this Lahar and that. Don't know much about it yet and that, but listening to all the businesses that have come forward and that stuff, and just knowing about that you guys have known about this for 2 to 5 years. I just built my house there 5 years ago, and what I'm concerned with is there's just no involvement of the planning and development going out and really being involved with the businesses up there and getting their intake and that stuff on this. 2 to 5 years is a long time to be able to at least go out there and really see what impact and that stuff, what could happen out there and that stuff. You know, coming in tonight when we talk about the signage and that stuff, coming around Nugent's Corner, a semi-truck is stuck there. You know, what I would like to see them focus more on more evacuations in that area than really focusing on development and that stuff up there. Because any which way, evacuation is going to be the most critical compared to the developing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ryan Davis, and I'm a new father, and I'm a homeowner in Glacier, Washington. I am a landowner, and I'm a small business owner as well. I have concerns with all these regulations because possibly in the future my young daughter would not be able to find opportunity in Glacier where we're choosing to live for the rest of my life. And I hope that you guys can take a good hard look at these regulations so that people like me, small business owners, can possibly thrive if we buy new land and need to make changes to that property or build or possibly put new septic into the land itself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi. Move this down. My name's Joelle Adams. I'm a small business owner in Glacier, and I'm also here tonight representing some other small businesses. I have the Hairstream, which is an Airstream trailer converted to be a hair salon in Glacier. And it is parked at the Glacier Ski Shop, which is my husband and his brother's business. And on behalf of our small businesses in the town of Glacier and numerous other people that couldn't be here tonight because they didn't really know about it an adequate amount of time to prepare for it, I would like to say that all of my concerns have been addressed tonight, so I'm not going to be super redundant about it, but I have concerns about the critical areas ordinance and the Lahar language. I feel like there's inherent risk to living, and we can't mitigate for everything. I think it's important to try. I like what everybody's saying tonight about focusing on education, letting people know that Mount Baker is an active volcano. It's pretty much understood that it is by almost everybody, I feel. And I think that the majority of people, the vast majority of people that live and do business up there understand that. And it's just common sense that we're taking the risk to be there because quality of life is important. We like fresh air, clean water, living up there. I do think that being a part of controlling growth in with conservation-based mindset is important. And you know, I don't want to see the area explode and have a bunch of McDonald's and, you know, big kind of resort. I don't think that could ever happen up there. But there is a community of people a large community of people living up there and doing business up there, and we need services. We need to be able to continue to do business and have the joy and success of expanding those businesses and adding value to the community that we live in for the next generations to come. As Ryan said, I am a mother, you know, it's important to me. I think signage would be
30
adequate
seconds,
and
please.
focusing on the evacuation routes. And there's also this whole double standard thing about land ownership. I mean, I feel like really this is more of a federal thing instead of a county regulation thing here. If Mount Baker ski area is exempt because they're on Forest Service land, then I don't understand why such restrictions should be applied to the struggling small businesses in the community of Glacier and outside of that. It just seems like an egregious double standard. It doesn't quite make sense to me. And it makes me feel like, well, okay, if this is about public safety, then it's not quite jiving for me. So thank you for hearing me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your hard work. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Tom Frey, longtime county resident. About 27 years ago, I entered into the field of corrections. I did that for a short time. Ms. Brenner, you asked why Whatcom County is number 2 worst for drug abuse. Mr. Mann, your facility, you talk about a 16-bed facility, and I would ask the question, and I know this might be a little bit different, so bear with me. If you could help 100 people in that facility, would you say that was a success? It was worth the money?
I'm not going to do this.
Okay, that's fine. I would think that anybody who could say, you know what, if I helped 100 people in a year with that facility, that would be a success, even though it might cost a lot of money. I'm going to say that I have seen 100 young people in one day affected and helped by that camp that's up on Mount Baker Highway. 25 years ago, I moved my family here. I love this area. 25 years ago, I volunteered at that camp when it was by the previous owners. In 2008, 2009, when the recent owners have purchased it, I actually was there to help volunteer to help build it. I know that the care and the love they put into it. And I also saw what happens when you allow a business to degrade over time because you can't invest in its future. What we're talking about in this regulation is being able to invest in the future. Not just the future of a business, because yes, families own businesses, they want to go ahead and they want to do something maybe for their children. But that investment is in those children, and one of mine happened to be sitting in the back there who was at that camp as a young little girl, filmed eating string cheese. Okay, might sound benign, but if you stagnate the ability to actually let them grow responsibly, these people care about the environment, these people care about how they do business, and that's what I'm hearing about the community in general up there. I have read a little bit because, again, like most, this is something new to me, but I do have a vested concern and want to see this area grow. And I wish you the best in this decision. I think that a good investment is worth investing in. I think that if we want to see Whatcom County continue to come out of that number 2 hole that they're dug into, that it's going to take some good investment. But if we bind the hands of the people that are willing to invest their time, their energy,
30
and their money
seconds,
in
please.
it, I think we're hurting ourselves. So again, congratulations on having everybody here. Thank you, and I do wish you the best on making a good decision.
Thanks. If there's anyone else that would like to speak, come on down.
Good evening, David Haggith, 5685 Bench Lane, Everson. I was on the Critical Areas Ordnance Citizens Advisory Committee as one of the voices for ag. I'm a farm consultant in the county. Despite the accent, I've been living in the county for 17 years and have been involved in the county for the last 28 since I got married. And over that time, I've seen a big changing face of agriculture. 20% less cows now than even there were 8 years ago, far more crop and berry farming, the southern end of the county becoming a bedroom community, the northern end of the county becoming a retirement community. We've got a significant increase in berry growing and crop growing, and a significant number of those berry growers don't live in the country, never mind live in the state or the county. And so here we are on the committee, and we're looking for reasonable regulation. We've got a large crop area. We've got 100,000 acres protected under the comprehensive plan. Well, it's one thing to protect that acreage. It's another thing to be able to make a living farming from it. Now, with 30 years involvement in the county, I'm a newbie. The people I'm working with, the farming community, they're 4 or 5 generations here or more, and they're the ones who are leaving. Every time there's a generation change, it's a hard decision for the new generation to stay farming in a place that's regulated to this extreme. Nobody's afraid of fair regulation. What scares farmers is that the environment is their shop floor. When you make environmental regulations, it's the equivalent of telling Boeing how to build a plane. You need to do it with a full understanding of the economic implications of the decisions that are being made. And while the farmers are quite happy to follow the regulations, they need to be planned well, they need to be executed well, they need to be done with an understanding both by the people who write them and the people who implement those regulations.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Brandon Cronlin. This is probably the best wording I've heard out of an ordinance for government to create a loophole for eminent domain to take over basically land and businesses and houses with this ordinance in effect. I've never seen or read anything so remotely interesting as a loophole like this. I hope you guys go back and take the opportunity to reassess and reevaluate everything that is in this ordinance. Thanks.
Carol Perry, Whatcom County. I'm not a resident of the area that's affected by lahars. I'm not a farmer. And I have great respect for Mr. Haggith, who just spoke. He was on the Critical Areas Advisory Committee, and he functioned in a way that projected common sense. You know, the Critical Areas Committee was such a zoo that some of the people had to be reprimanded. They made some good decisions, but I also followed the Planning Commission as they went through the comprehensive plan and tried to deal with this lahar thing. And as it went through the first time, and there was hours and hours and hours and hours that they spent. The first time that when it went through, they debated, they talked, and they came up with, hey, the common sense thing is let's do some signage, just like tsunamis. And then I don't know why, but it came back. Why it came back, I don't know. At one point, the chairman of the commission said, I don't want to hear anything more about lahars. I mean, they were just, how can I tell you? When it came back, the geologist had taken some information from Pierce County, I guess it was, and tried to adopt it to our county. And at one point somebody said, well, we have a volcano, we need regulations. And I've talked to you about regulations a number of times. In every county government, PUD, people are saying, there's too many regulations. So when he brought these things to the commission, they said, how did you come about these zones? And he sat there and he said, well, it was totally subjective. So I say, listen to the Planning Commission. And I want to tell you another thing. In the Critical Areas Committee, in one meeting, it got so crazy that
30
one of the
seconds,
members
please.
said, is this for animals or is this for people? And as I listen to these people, I think that's your charge. Is this for environmental and animals and so forth, or is this for people? Thank you.
John, it's one 3-minute period per hearing per person, so as long as you understand that.
Dave Uncles, Bellingham. This is a little bit of a concept about the science behind the LAHAR regulations, and the fact is that the map that was incorporated into that chapter was drawn according to the woman whose work it's based on a potential hazard. It was intended to be an emergency management planning document. What's missing from any of the work of the observatory about LAHAR hazards is any estimate of risk or any consideration of the probability of a seismic event and a subsequent LAHAR. And so what's happened in this chapter is that the map's original purpose has been ignored, and it's been transmogrified into a land use document in a manner that was never intended by the observatory. No person exists who would be willing to do a seismic assessment in the manner that's contemplated by the LAHAR chapter. And if you're having trouble sleeping some evening, I'd recommend that you refer to chapter 1616, 260, and 265, in which you are supposed to design a mitigation to avoid exacerbating, according to exacerbating the risk from LAHARs that might, that in a manner that would result from your development. And so I'd suggest that the LAHAR language be thrown out in its entirety, including the existing language, and replaced by a requirement for evacuation routes and signage. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
I have a way out.
No, he's already spoken.
No, you've already spoken. Sorry. You can email us if you have a way out. We'd love to hear it. Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing. Before we take questions from council, Mark, could you inform us and the public and everything of the schedule for everything we're going to be doing with this ordinance? And maybe, or where they can find it?
So where I think we had left it was we would pick this, council would pick this up in January, because you have budget meetings consuming most of your November meetings, and I think only one meeting in December before the end of the year. So that I don't think we've put up the schedule yet. Exactly, we would work that out with your staff and do it chapter by chapter probably. So good comments tonight. We would, especially when we get to the geologic hazards chapter, we'll be sure to coordinate with folks up in Glacier.
Yeah, I just wanted everybody to know that this wasn't a one-time hearing and we were going to act on this tonight. It's going to be something that's going to go into next year, and we will be having more public hearings. Right. So, Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I'd just like to add for clarity, because I think there's been some consternation amongst people as to what the process is. The way this whole thing has worked is we had the Critical Ordinances Committee, which was made up of staff and citizens. We put together the draft changes, and then you saw them at the same time that we saw them. And the process now is to take public comment, I think on several occasions. We're very interested in your comments, and certainly we will treat them with respect. But I don't want people leaving here thinking that the council has been working on this for 2 years, and we're now just going to make a decision and not allow you any input, because that's not the way the council works.
Ms. Brenner, then Mr. Mann.
Well, I'm expecting, we could do it as a duet. That would be fine. I move that we remove the Lahar language that's in the draft and insert language that says Lahar zones will be treated like tsunami zones with the same types of protection and especially evacuation routes and education. That's my motion.
Yeah, that's great. I second that. I didn't know we could do that tonight, but if we can.
He said we could. I asked. At the beginning.
Any council member at any time can make a motion.
All right. Well, whether or not that it's actually
I need
procedurally correct.
Second.
I seconded it.
Okay, good.
But I kind of just wanted to comment a little bit. I probably shouldn't do this, but I'm going to.
Uh-oh.
Those of you that know me are worried, right? Yeah. I just, sitting here for 2.5 hours or 2 hours or so while people, and we stay silent, that's the protocol, that's what we do, while people accuse us of something that we haven't done and have no plans to do is really frustrating. And that we've kept this secret, or we're plotting some eminent domain and we're going to do something really stupid and we haven't talked to anybody and we haven't thought about it. For 3 years, because I was responding to complaints from constituents and comments from the BIA, and I think Barbara and a couple other of us have been telling the staff and Planning Commission, we want to throw out all this Lahar language. It is stupid. But seriously, I'm just a little bit burned right now, and just because.
Don't be
I know, Barbara. I'll be careful here. I just really, I know that there were folks, some community organizing groups that went out and spread misinformation amongst people and got them afraid, and fear really does make people upset. And I got calls from folks out in Glacier and other areas who had gotten calls from a certain organizing group that had really scared them into thinking that, this imminent action on the part of the council. And, those people should know better because they've actually worked alongside us. And I don't appreciate that, and I feel bad for the folks out in the audience who had to sit around for the last few months and be really scared about what was coming down the pike. So I want to let you know that I totally agree with Barbara, and I've met with some of the other concerned citizens. I think it was Joelle that said it. We can't foolproof the world. We can't idiot-proof the world. We can't mitigate for every risk. And this is one of those that I'm going to be perfectly happy to put up signs and call it a Lahar evacuation route. But I just wanted to get that off my chest, because just sitting here for this long listening to people accuse me of stuff I'm never going to do and I've never even thought about doing, that was just my own personal giving up.
Any other discussion on the motion? Mark, do you have anything you'd want to advise us?
Well, I just want to kind of give council and the folks in the public a little bit of the context of this issue. As some, I think, speakers pointed out, we do have an obligation to protect people in geologic hazard areas under the GMA. So staff looked at that when we went through this with the Technical Advisory Committee, and there is no Lahar warning system in effect. We don't have one like they do in Mount Rainier. So that doesn't exist. So we can't point to that as saying that complies with GMA. There is no analysis. There is no model that's accurate or current, recent one that we can point to say here's exactly what the flow would be. So there's two steps down we can't really get to. We would love to have, and so that's why we pointed out that it's going to be a couple more years before USGS updates that model for potential Lahar flows. We always viewed this as interim until we got better data. So you will see also, as you recall, Council staff recommended and Council put into the comp plan policies to do an evacuation and emergency management plan for volcanic hazards on Mount Baker. So we are aware of all the different aspects of those, different strategies, different policies that the county could do to protect folks up there. This is sort of an interim, here's where we are right now. It allows a lot more uses and a lot more intensity than the current code actually does, but obviously doesn't go far enough in terms of what we think folks probably need based on the comments we heard. So you'll see in the recommendations much more discussion about we should adopt an emergency management plan, an evacuation plan, hazard warning, and signage as folks have talked about.
Ms. Brenner.
Well, then it should be really easy to take out any language other than what you just said. Evacuation plan and emergency management plan. I'd like to add education in there too. That's it. I want it like 1 or 2 sentences. So then nobody will be afraid. This is not a way to leave this dangling. And I know what you're saying. Nothing's finalized. There's nothing finalized. I just think people do deserve a very strong position from this council that, and I did love the same thing he talked about, that person who said, we can't regulate to protect everybody from everything. And the best thing we can do on Lahars is treat them just like we treat tsunamis. And we're not telling people to, you know, they're limited in who they can have. And I know this stuff is just being worked on, but I don't want any of it in there. I want it all gone. And just those couple sentences. No, stop. This doesn't help, you guys. We just, I mean, this needs to be super simple.
So what I would recommend is, if council's interested in that, is a motion to ask staff to come back with some simplified language. These are regulations, so I would caution you against writing those on the fly. But you could ask staff to come back at the next meeting when we schedule the geohazard discussion, and we can have another draft for you that would address whatever the conditions or the concerns you have in the motion.
Okay, my motion is for staff to come back with the language I proposed.
Second.
Okay, as long as
that's my motion.
As long as we have the motion that we can give, you know, we have pretty clear direction, then
that's pretty
we're
clear.
happy to do that. Okay.
Point of order, there is a motion on the floor and seconded.
And we're having the discussion.
It was actually the same motion.
Yeah,
She just repeated it.
but I said I want them to come back with that language. I added that. We can't make them do anything, but we can make our position very clear.
Mr. Donovan.
I was actually going to try to get to a motion that was similar to what Mark was saying, that rather than us just coming up with a very simple sentence right here, doing something that was as simple as possible that would also comply with what the county has to do. And I also had a question, and I'm reading on page 441 of our packet. What was the recommendation that we're getting now? Is this from the Planning Commission, or this is what the staff did?
It was from the Planning Commission.
From the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
So we're just starting to work through that.
And we are allowed to. We are having our own hearing, which is what we're doing, and we're allowed to make changes.
I appreciate the motion, and I would just like to leave it, rather than us defining it, so doing definitively right now, tonight, bouncing it back to staff for some greater simplification and clarity with an eye to what we actually need to do to comply with the law.
Mr. Brown?
So, Mr. Pausanias, if I could just have you back for a minute. When I've listened through this, the two things that have puzzled me with this is, first off, what period of time do we get as warning if there's going to be a lahar?
My understanding is from our county geologist is there are instances where you can have I think it's called a flank collapse where there is no warning. It just happens, and that produces a lahar. So.
And is there any evidence that Mount Baker is subject to having a flank collapse?
Yes. I think there was history, there is geological history that suggests that that's happened before.
On the west side or the east side?
I can't. I couldn't tell you specifically.
Okay, so
It's mostly not on the glacier side.
So my concern is I'd like to make sure that we're making regulations, particularly when we're proposing to restrict development based on really what boils down to the ability to evacuate people in the event of a disaster, that we're doing it within a time frame that makes sense. And if this is a east flank potential, and it's not likely to occur on the west flank, and if we were going to have a lahar, we did get a couple of weeks warning, we could have 10,000 people at one of these camps, and we've still got adequate time to get them out safely. So I don't want to put a restriction on there for something that can be managed some other way. The other thing that I'm a bit concerned about is there's no evidence, as I understand it, that there's any imminent chance of this occurring. And I know people have said, well, this happens once every 14,000 years or 6,000 years. The reality is we don't know when it's going to happen, but it's an infrequent event.
Well, that's right. And as the geologist reminded us, it can happen. It could not happen for another 10,000 years, or it could happen tomorrow.
Right.
So.
But we also, in the scheme of things, geological time, in a couple of seconds, we're going to have a report from the USGS, 2 years, which geologically is immaterial. We're going to have a report as to what they think the real boundaries of the lahar zone should be, as opposed to a blanket thing across the entire western section of Mount Baker. So my other reason for being concerned about even considering this now is what's the urgency, given that USGS report is relatively imminent? Why don't we wait for that?
So again, under the current regulations, they're extremely restrictive. We looked at that and said, you know what, those are too restrictive based on that old USGS model, that pyroclastic flow model that's out there. So the county geologist, as a part of this update, modeled based on his best judgment and his best available data he could get, built a model that is what these proposed regs are based on. And with the caveat that that's as good as we can do right now. We'll wait in 2 years. We'll relook at this issue when the USGS updated model comes out. We have more confidence in that model. So, and again, finding out that there is no evacuation plan. We don't have an evacuation plan. We don't have an early warning system. There are some early warning systems up on the mountain that USGS and the Volcanic Observatory operate, but they're not necessarily linked to evacuation plans or communication plan about how to let people know about that stuff. So definitely we felt that was a missing link in this and needs to be.
And my concern is, and I hear this from the room, my concern is that being overly cautious because we're waiting for information or we don't know information is going to have a chilling impact on the whole community up there. And so I'd like to operate from the absolute best information we can get before we make any decision.
Mr. Sidhu?
I just want to second what Councilman Mann has said. If you remember, back in, I think it was April or May when this came up first time, and we did talk about that, how far your government should go to stop you or save you. I mean, there is personal responsibility, but at that time, the topic was different. We were doing comp plan, and we did talk about it, that when it comes up at critical areas ordinance, we'll deal with it. The other part, I want to remind people that what happened in Oso. Now, after something happens, the people say, well, where was the government? Why did you guys let it happen? Why did you guys let them build there? I mean, there are two edges of the sword in the sense that your government has certain responsibilities as well. And the prudence says that we should look into it. I'm not saying that, that in hurry, just make any regulation. We need to look at what are the long-term effects. I totally agree. The common sense should be the rule to make it, and all these things, what people have said, or Councilman Mann has said, that it's very simple answer. But it doesn't mean that we should not discuss it. It doesn't mean that we should not look at what are the other ways. And I think the people who have come from Kendall area have educated us all, because what you guys can feel when it is your livelihood, your property, your home, you can articulate it much better than other people. And I appreciate that people coming out of your evenings, sitting here, talking about it and giving your ideas. And these are very, very helpful to me, as well as I believe the rest of the council as well. Thank you.
Ms. Brenner.
Well, I'm kind of going back and forth here. It's the most extreme threat we face in Whatcom County is a super major earthquake. And we can't control all that. I mean, when that happens, I figure we're all going to be gone, or lots of us are going to be gone. You can only do so much, and this is way less of a threat to the people in the Lahar zone than an earthquake is to all of us. And I believe that we need to do this right now, and then let somebody prove that we're not right. This is not the final decision, but I'm getting tired of people being as afraid as they are, and I don't think it's fair to leave them hanging. And I think we should just go ahead and do it, and let staff or some expert tell us how we're wrong, because anyway.
Any other discussion on the motion? Mr. Brown?
Yeah, given that this is not an immediate threat, I would lean towards removing this now, but asking the geologist to come back and explain his position. And then if we need to amend it in the future, given everybody in this room an opportunity to hear his explanation, then we can consider it. But for the moment, I would remove it.
Mr. Donovan.
I would try to get back to the original motion rather than just saying, have staff come back to us with Barbara's exact words, which it's a shot.
That's my motion.
Can we get some language that would treat the Lahars similar to the tsunami situation?
That's what I said.
You said you wanted it your exact words.
Well, I said I wanted it treated just like the tsunami, evacuation route, signage, and education.
Well, I think we're in agreement, but rather than us writing it right here tonight.
Pretend I just wrote that. That's what I want. I mean, I'm serious. I'm not fooling about this. I'm serious. I don't see how this.
So we get your intent, and we can staff will come back with that as alternative language when we get there.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying. That's what.
Okay.
But we're voting.
Could we please have the council? We can conduct our business.
Let's do it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify with aye.
Repeat
that's
the
the
motion
motion.
for the record.
Yeah.
Jill, you want to read the motion? Thank you.
The motion to request staff to bring forward a proposal to remove the Lahar language in the draft and insert language that says Lahar zones will be treated like tsunami zones with the same level of evacuation route planning and education.
That was pretty
Is that
simple.
Okay. Everybody got it? Okay, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That passes 6-1. Councilmember Weimer opposed.
See, we're listening. We're listening. It was crazy.
Okay, we have a short presentation by our auditor who wants to give us some information about the upcoming election.
Shouldn't we
Is there an
do
election?
this pretty quick?
Pardon me?
Is there an election?
Yeah. I just wanted to briefly say that the ballots have been mailed. You probably should have yours and have
Got
the
mine
receipt of them.
today.
You have until you just got it today.
I got it today. My husband got his a week ago, and I got mine today.
Some of them went at different times. I just wanted to give you the reassurances for those, who may be, wondering or inquiring. The same level of integrity will be, perceived for this election. The Secretary of State's office has consulted and have implemented some things with Homeland Security, and we all have that available. So there should be no risk to any of these elections, and we'll look forward to some results when we have them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Question?
Yes, Mr. Mann.
What about the 2 stamp requirement or the 68 cents or whatever the postage is? What happens if someone puts it in the mail with not enough postage, it gets bounced back?
No, there's no ballots will ever be returned. All ballots will be delivered to the county.
So I don't have to put any stamps on it?
We'd prefer that you put the appropriate stamps on it. Or you can leave it in your drop box where there's no...
Just put it
I already dropped mine off.
Yeah,
I'm just curious.
No.
I've been getting asked that
I was going to say,
question.
if you get asked the questions, no ballots will be returned.
Okay.
Good.
Mr. Donovan.
I just want to say I've worked with the auditor and the Citizens Election Advisory Committee and seen the way that elections are administered and ran here. And they're a model for the country. And
Yes.
a model has actually been adopted, the state standards that we use here. So any talk of elections being rigged or hacked, I think you just look at how they're ran here. And
Yeah, and it's that way throughout the state.
Ms. Brenner.
Since you brought that up, what do we do here to keep people from illegally voting? I mean, what if they come, we're not requiring, what do you call it, identification, right?
Right at this time. We're the last state that does not require that.
Well, so how do we know for sure people aren't registering illegally?
Well, they're signing an oath that says they are citizens of the United States.
But if someone's going to do it illegally anyway, you don't think they're going to lie about it?
Well, that's the way this model has run ever since Washington State's been in existence. But it potentially will be changing, I would guess, in the near future. Are there enough that would sway any election? Or at what level? They do have to supply some form of, for first-time federal voters, there are requirements of what they have to present for, identification purposes.
Okay.
So, the Secretary of State in her, press release said, she can't say 100% total surety. But we think if there are any, and we've always said, if you know of anyone, we'll be happy to investigate it. But no one has ever come forward in the, I don't know, when I've talked to Shirley in any of the 5 years that she was here or in the time that I've been here that has ever brought forward anyone to be challenged.
Well, I know that they're saying, oh, there's some people who don't have driver's licenses or that. We should be able to set it up, and I'm willing to pay for it. I think it's important that people can come in and, get an ID, get an identification card or somehow do it when they're checked on, you check their background and make sure.
Well, that's part of what will be proposed in the, upcoming next session. They've, attempted it before, and obviously they probably have much more impetus at this time. But if there are any, it's a very, very small percentage.
Yeah, you know what? You're great. I'm glad we got you as our auditor.
I appreciate that.
But I mean, trust but verify. That's always my thing.
Yeah.
She didn't take my ballot when I signed it.
I just want to point out the only documented case of voter fraud that I'm aware of in Washington State was actually from our legislature in Olympia. who got caught voting here, and then, was it Ohio as well? Or
Oh, really? I've never heard that.
Yeah, I think, I won't say his name because I'm not 100% sure of it,
Yeah.
but if you Google it, look up, Representative X in Olympia was he actually had to leave office because he got caught doing it. So it's interesting to me that someone who is, I think, adamant about the concern about voter fraud was the only person I've ever heard of who actually got caught doing it.
Well, I am adamant.
I'm not saying you
No,
did.
you're
I'm
not
saying-
But I'm saying me. I'm adamant. I don't want it to be anyone.
Thank you, Debbie.
Yeah.
Thank you, Debbie.
Well, we've been at it 3 hours. Let's take about a 10-minute recess.
10 minutes?
Yeah, we'll be back at 10:10.
Oh, well, I think you should do that before we'll go.
Thanks, Trace.
We will reconvene the council meeting, and we will go into our open session. During open session, audience members will have up to 3 minutes to address the council on any issue relevant to county business. Before beginning to comment, please state your name and topic of interest for the record, and if it's a complicated name, please spell it for the clerk. Make sure to speak directly into the mic. Go ahead, Larry.
Hi, my name's Larry Helm. I'm a small farmer and a business person, and I'm glad I'm a farmer because if I hadn't been moving around all day, my butt would be flatter than it already is. So I'm on a bunch of committees and stuff, but I want you to know what I'm saying tonight is just from me, not from any of the committees. I want to speak to the exempt well emergency moratorium, and I just found out about this with the agenda revision about 3:30, so my comments are not scientific, they're just general comments. I haven't had enough time. But I think they're worth listening to. And the reason I say that is I think an emergency moratorium is not conducive to good discussion. It kind of speeds up the process and doesn't give people the time that they normally would. So I would ask you to remember that the county is 75% unoccupied. If you get on a car and go east, we're only using 25% of the land mass, so you've got a huge watershed in relation to your population. So I think there's plenty of water. As you know, I'm on the Conservation District Board, and we give out a lot of grants. We actually do over $1 million in water-related grants. So I see a lot of data because I have to make decisions. And I don't see anywhere in the county where our well or aquifer water levels are going down, or they seem to be just normal like they normally are. I don't know what the big problem is with the water when your wells and your aquifers are doing what they've always done. I would like to tell you that you need to remember, and this isn't pointed out, a lot of the stuff I'm talking about is because you look at the paper and you look at the social media and they're not pointing this stuff out. The rural well owners with exempt wells put their water into a septic tank and it goes back in the ground. They're recycling 90% of it. It's not 100% use. The city guys, they put their water in a pipe, it goes in their treatment plant, it goes in the bay. They're using the water, not the rural folks who are recycling it. So that's the point. There was comment in the paper and on social media that when I irrigate my hayfield, I've got 70% evaporation on certain days. That's totally not true. If you go and look at the Federal Department of Agricultural irrigation charts for the last 50 years, all over the country, 40% is a large figure for evaporation, not 70%. So when you start taking and you're using 100% for water usage and 70% for irrigation and evaporation, you're going to get some figures that are totally off the chart, erroneous.
30 seconds, please.
Okay, I wanted to say that the WIRA board has been working on trying to figure out water quantity for 10 years. I would like to see the board fund some studies so we can figure out how much water we have so this wouldn't be a problem. And then I read the court decision. I didn't see where this was mandating an emergency. I mean, we've got time to talk about this for 6 months. And I would urge you not to make this an emergency moratorium. Thank you.
John McLaughlin, I'd like to speak about the general issue of hazard mitigation commensurate with risk. And you can interpret this how you will. Most of our protections or regulations, if you want to call them that, are tailored towards relatively frequent or moderate frequency or moderate probability and moderate impacts. In some cases, with which you may be very familiar, you have very high impact, very low probability events. The two require entirely different approaches to community protection. And how you do that is a little bit more detailed. That clearly has not informed some of the recent legislation you've been considering, and you would benefit from including it. It would, I think, make everyone happy, and it would protect the community. It'd be a win-win for everyone, I think, and I'd be happy to provide you more information about how to do that at another time. Thank you.
Chris Halterman, Whatcom County. I want to talk to and address you about this emergency moratorium on exempt wells. And one of the reasons I want to talk to you about the fact is, number one, I'm totally against it. But I see a very interlocking thing going on here. You had an emergency moratorium on the Cherry Point. You had this whole Lahar issue here. And now you've got this emergency moratorium for wells. The one thing that has a common theme there is that we are regulating the people right out of business and living on the land here with all of these things. Sure, emergency moratorium isn't permanent, but why are we doing it? You're simply elevating the anxiety of the people out there. You guys are making a lot of really big decisions. We have 5 new districts, and nobody here has been elected to those 5 new districts. People are having taxation without representation by this council on some really big decisions. And I hope you will take that into consideration, because I'm hearing that out in the county a lot. They don't have a representative anymore. And the other thing is, it's really disconcerting to find out that you were going to be doing this moratorium or considering it through resources, letting their people know that this is what you were going to do before you let the general public know. And so it's very bothersome that you've got this moratoriums that you've been doing of late. They're not needed, they're unnecessary, and they seem to show some sort of an allegiance to resources. Resources is a non-tax-paying nonprofit who regularly gets money from this council. That to me doesn't sound very good. It looks bad on your end. And the other part is that they also seem to be they've been working with you and creating a lot of the regulations that are denying private business, the ability to use their property. And I just think that it would be a really good thing for you to show good faith if you were to not do this emergency moratorium. And one last thing, I just have to bring up this thing because I just felt it was very hypocritical. When Wendy Harris came up here and talked about the shorelines and Lake Whatcom and doing all of you did, by creating unaffordability in this community, what do you think that this emergency moratorium on exempt wells, what do you think that whole FutureWise lawsuit that she was part of
30
is going to
seconds,
do
please.
with making it unaffordable to live? You won't be able to live out in the county, in the rural area, and it's going to cause the cost of building and renting in the urban city areas much higher. So that was a lot of hypocrisy on her part as far as I'm concerned. If you want affordable, then you've got to make some place for people to live here that they can afford to live, not making it less affordable. Thank you.
Max Perry, Whatcom County. I'm just speaking against this moratorium. You've got the emergency moratorium. It's kind of rivals to your Cherry Point moratorium and how unlikely that was and how that didn't really prove anything. You proceeded with your moratorium on a reasonable manner. I think you should do this here with this one. You got the wells, just like Larry was talking about, the wells have the ability to use, exempt wells have the ability to use 5,000 gallons a day if you have cattle. Typical well owner uses 200 to 400 gallons a day. And like Larry said, it goes in your septic tank and goes back into the aquifer, back into your water in the ground, and you only lose about 10% is what they figure, 80 to 90% efficient of their septic tanks. But you take Bellingham, the big elephant in the room, they're going through millions of gallons a day that comes out of the Nooksack into the lake, out of the lake into the system and a treatment plant into the bay. So you're talking millions of gallons per day that the cities are using. So I would just ask you to not pass this moratorium, this emergency moratorium, and work something that's common sense out, that stopping wells is not common sense. Thank you.
Again, my name is Douglas Gonsalves. It's spelled Gonsalves, and I'm here also to speak about the well issue. Me and my wife bought 10 acres up on H Street in 2007, and we have been paying taxes on that in the community for the last 10 years. We had our builder, John Winster, call you guys and email some of you on our behalf, and I thank you for the responses that we did receive back. Again, I just wanted to speak and let you know that, from lot purchase to the point where we were able to sell and come up here and build our retirement home, I have all of our money is invested in this property. From lot purchase to design, engineering, site plan, land survey, biologist, critical areas recon, more surveys, another site plan, delineation, more survey, another site plan, mitigation, another site plan, natural resources permit. Then I even went as far as having a notification on title for an environmental easement stating that you guys own 85% of my property. I can no longer step foot on that from now to eternity. We had an attempted submittal. It was denied. Somebody like us that wants to build and is not allowed to submit for permit without septic design or proof of water, a well, we have done everything asked of us. Professional trades are busy at this point in time. We've waited weeks and months in line to get one step closer through the process, always with that end of being able to move out of our rundown rental and into our new home. We can't go any faster than the rate at which we have been going. We live in the very definition of hurry up and wait. We are very interested in this project financially, emotionally, or invested, and with our time. And now we have the looming threat of our source of water being taken away. I can't tell you how helpless that makes us feel. We have heard that those with permits may be grandfathered in, but what about those of us that have been working to get that permit for over a year? We have moved forward in good faith through the systems that were set in forth before us by the county. And again, I'd like to state that with over that 10 years, my 10 acres has filtered many, many thousands of groundwater and back into the system for this county to drink. And again, take that into consideration for us. We've done everything that we can to move forward with this project, and people have spoke here about not sleeping at night. Well, that's me and my wife. So thank you, and we're asking you for help.
Somebody?
Somebody,
please.
I'm John Weinstra. I didn't have to be here with Doug today, but I chose to do this because, again, we've been working with him. We've been working together for over a year trying to put his project together. I build from the Canadian border all the way down Skagit, Snohomish, through Bellevue, Kirkland, Lake Sammamish, and all the way over to Bremerton. So we're pretty heavy in the building industry, and so I get the opportunity to work with multiple counties, multiple cities, and all these different jurisdictions. And so I have a kind of a great halo view looking down on what each one does well and what each one doesn't do well. We know what's going on with the Skagit moratorium. We were in Lyman, BC, and we had 3 homes that we were putting in, had a well installed there, and we were not allowed to hook up to that well. So we were all the way through the permitting process, and here it is, it's installed, it's in the ground, and we were starting to go down the water catchment system, and the second that we priced that out, not one of those buyers stuck to it, and so we ended up walking away from it. The other thing we've got is it's been the year, and I'm just speaking from a builder here who has probably built well over 1,000 homes in Whatcom County, okay, and it has been the year of critical areas. I've never seen anything quite like what we've had go on over the course of this last year for critical areas, just trying to get through the processes. And part of it is there's a lot of new construction. I mean, the construction trade has really picked up over the last year, but nobody was really ready for it. But I have people who owned property, much like Gonzalez's, who were not able to build on it after going through the critical area thing, and it ultimately ends up being, I think the ratio is something like 300,000 per acre or something like that when you break it down, and everything's wet out there right now. In some ways, I don't know what the big deal is, because the properties are so wet out there right now that there's not much left to build out in some of those county areas because everything's considered wet, and we are able to find the odd parcel now and then, but it just takes us a long time to get through those processes. I just wanted to conclude, and I'm doing this very facetiously when I speak to you back, Ken, over what you had talked about earlier.
30 seconds, please.
I am scared of the imminent actions from this council. And I know that you guys, we haven't even heard if there's a decision. We don't know what you guys are doing when it comes to the vote on this, but it affects a lot of people more than me because I can build in other areas. Okay, but I came here on behalf of Doug, who's my client, and I'm here on his behalf because I'll do anything I can to help him because he is, given everything he can to try to make this happen. So thanks for listening. I appreciate it.
Good evening, Council. Carly Detheridge again with from Bellingham, and I work at Resources for Sustainable Communities, and I want to clarify a few things. First, Resources was not party to the lawsuit against Whatcom County in 2013. It was with FutureWise as well as a number of other citizens who were party to the lawsuit. The second thing I want to clarify is that Resources has asked for a moratorium along with a whole host of other citizens who have asked for a moratorium on applications for new building permits in the county just for a cause of safety. And we didn't work with the council to do it. We simply asked. So I'm not sure where these accusations are coming from. But essentially, so I want to read what I had written, but despite the fact that the Supreme Court found Whatcom County in violation of the State Growth Management Act for failing to protect water resources, Whatcom County Planning and Development Services is continuing to accept new applications for single-family residences that rely upon permit-exempt wells for water. This is a key issue that the court found that the county was in violation of, but we're still operating like business as usual. Now, the Court and Growth Management Hearings Board have yet to issue direction, or they didn't issue an order of invalidity in their decision. So you're all waiting direction on how to move forward with this new decision. And ultimately, it seems like the smart thing to do would be to introduce an emergency moratorium. There are alternatives for people to get access to water. Yes, I understand it is expensive. And yes, I understand there are a lot of other regulations. But I really appreciate and can appreciate the difficult situation that you're in. But ultimately, I'm concerned with later down the line that the county might get in trouble for continuing to issue these building permits. So that's just my 2 cents. We did send a letter last week, but that's kind of where we stand. So I'm not envious, but I appreciate the work that you all do. Thanks.
Good evening again. Dan Traxler, 2011 Young Street, Bellingham. I submitted a letter earlier today, which I hope you got to read. If you didn't, I have another copy here. I echo the sentiments of some of the previous commenters. What is the emergency here? Seriously, what is the emergency? If the Supreme Court had wanted or thought it was such a crucial issue that you needed to stop all development now, they would have invalidated our comp plan, and they didn't. Instead, they remanded it back to the Growth Management Hearings Board. The difficulty investing here, would prevent any rush to vest, which I think is maybe another reason why you would set up an emergency moratorium. And you've heard some of the commenters tell you how difficult it is to vest in Whatcom County. Do you know how long it takes? It takes over a year sometimes 2. The application requirements just to get in the door in the county are so onerous. It's unbelievable. People expend, in some cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars before they even get to preliminary plat approval. This is hurting people. This is hurting people in Whatcom County, and these are the people that you're supposed to represent, not Resources, not FutureWise, the people of Whatcom County. And they're here, and they're telling you that it is hurting them for you to do this. It's concerning that you would rush to such an extreme and unnecessary measure, which will so profoundly injure so many people who have relied to their detriment on state law and county law with regard to vesting and also the county's application process. You should not enact this moratorium. I've learned from experience that you don't listen to me very often, though, so if you're going to do it anyway, I'm going to ask for some exceptions. I think you need to deal differently with vested plats. Under state law, you get to develop your plat to its end. Your plat gets the entitlements to develop, including their water source. You can't put a moratorium on state law, and that's what you're doing here. You should at the very least allow vested plats with identified water sources to obtain the building permits for their projects. Otherwise, they've expended so much money, so much time, so much energy to end up with no right to develop their property. It's a terrible situation for a lot of people. And these aren't developers. These are individual people just trying to develop their land. It's equally terrible for those who have been in the process of obtaining a building permit. You heard from Mr. Gonzalez earlier and what he's had to do just to get in the door with an application, just to get to vesting. And so that is something that you need to consider here, and whether or not this is actually a moratorium.
30 seconds, please.
Finally, the language of the moratorium is pretty unclear. It includes the language accepting and processing. It's prohibiting accepting and processing. I think that means only new applications. But does that mean the actual processing of pending applications? If that's not the case, it needs to be clarified. So I hope that's not your intention. You do have to recognize the vested rights doctrine here. I hope that you won't pass this moratorium. I sincerely hope it for the people of Whatcom County.
Linda Twitchell with the Building Industry Association. I would urge you moratorium tonight on new private wells, because as the previous speaker said, as I understand it, the fact that the court did not invalidate the comp plan indicates that this does not warrant emergency action. There is no emergency, despite the fact that you're saying so in the blue handout that was up here when we all walked in today. I don't see any evidence that there's an actual legal emergency that means you've got to go for it. I would ask instead that you wait to see what kind of guidance you get from the Growth Management Hearings Board, which is why I presume the court did not invalidate the comp plan. I would presume that was the intent. And again, given the amount of work that it takes, that the county requires to submit building permit applications, I doubt there's going to be a big rush that's going to endanger anybody. Looking at the blue handout that was available here when we walked in with the proposed moratorium, I'd like to know point number 3, rainwater catchment system. This is accept project permit applications that do the following. One exception is rainwater catchment system. Why doesn't that say or other alternative water source? Because people can truck in water. There are different ways you can come up with water short of a well. I would hate to see you shut that off if you do impose a moratorium. And then point number 4, the whole Hearst case is telling you not to stop use of private wells. It's telling you the county, not ecology, needs to determine whether a private well will impact in-stream flows. So why don't we have an exception number 4 suggesting that you have that you can process applications if someone gives you the report from a hydrogeologist concluding that the proposed private well will not negatively impact in-stream. I mean, the whole point here is theoretically not to stop development or building or stop people from using their property. The whole point of the Hearst decision is to say the county is the one that has to make the decision on how these wells will impact in-stream flow. So if you're going to do a moratorium, which I advise you against,
30
please
seconds,
include that
please.
as an exception so that people who do that
not get a hold of this report. Executive Kremen had a stakeholder group that issued a final report stating the conditions under which you should go ahead, whether or not we should go ahead with the reconveyance. And they said we should under certain conditions. Does anyone know where that report is? Can they get it to me? I can't find it. It's gone from the county website. And I remember it very clearly because there were certain things in there like try to keep all infrastructure out of the watershed. And if you have to have infrastructure in the watershed as far away from the lake as possible. And then I see, plans to put this trail around the lake, or as I'd like to think of it, a barrier for animals accessing fresh water. So the problem with this plan is sort of the problem that I think the county has in general in planning, which is they're not putting the foundation for good planning first. And that foundation is an inventory and an assessment. It's very clear from reading this report that the one thing people in the city and the county agree on is they love wildlife. They want to see wildlife flourish here. But most of us don't know how to do it. The way you do it is that you go in and do an inventory and an assessment. You figure out the high value habitat, you figure out the migration routes, and you don't put trails around there. And you figure out how big of a buffer you need for the type of animals that are there. And then you monitor over time the size of the groups and what times they're there and their movement and what's going on, and you get a sense of whether you're achieving no net loss. And so one of the problems I face
30
is
seconds,
when I
please.
look at this plan, it's not complying with the county's critical area ordinance. It's talking about forestry plans. This is Whatcom County Parks Department, and it's Whatcom County land. It should be following the standards in the CAO, and that doesn't apply to just endangered and threatened species. It also applies to sensitive species, candidate species, monitor species. Those are not included in there. Sometimes it doesn't discuss local species. That
Time.
needs to be in there. So I still think we need to do a little bit of work with this. It is getting better, and I am encouraged, but we're still not there. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Chet Dow, Whatcom County. I would like to speak for just a moment about the proposed emergency moratorium. The proposal stems, of course, from the Hearst decision, and as I understand what was decided, they've remanded the matter back to the hearings board for further direction to be provided to the county on this. And I'm having a real hard time, despite the whereases and everything else in the proposed ordinance, reconciling that with that there's an emergency. I'm going to read just a sentence or two here from the Whatcom County Charter, Section 2.40 on emergency ordinances. An ordinance necessary for the immediate preservation of the public health, peace, health, or safety, or support of the county government and its existing institutions may be passed by a 2/3 vote of the council. Once again, I'm failing to see where the emergency is, and I would urge you to please not enact this emergency moratorium this evening. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Jamie White. I also want to speak on behalf of the emergency moratorium, and I'm strongly against it. Barbara spoke about fear tonight, and this is exactly why people are fearful of our government. This microphone will not cooperate. Planning and development started this front-loading process for building permits. Requires people months and years to get their documentation together in order to submit a permit. And now we're in a position where the citizens of this county have done it in good faith. They've made their natural resource pre-screen. They've set their counter pre-screen appointment. They've set their building permit appointment. This is a process that takes years in many cases. And here we're in a situation where these people may not vest because of an emergency moratorium. I don't think you're under any obligation to enact this. The Hearst case took years to decide, and we've had 20 days since that decision. I think we owe it to the citizens of this county to pause, to write regulations based upon sound science and public participation. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak during the open session?
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Britt, and I would like to urge the council not to adopt an emergency moratorium. I agree wholeheartedly with the other speakers who've said that behavior and action such as this will create more fear and more division within our community. I'm one of the people who's worked for over 20 years on water issues in this county. And for those of us who've worked so hard to try to find solutions, community-based solutions to water resource problems, this is an incredibly sad day. And I apologize, I'm not at my best. I've been up since 3:30 this morning putting together the spreadsheet I sent you. Why can't we have any advance notice? This is not democracy. And you want to know what the future is going to look like? It's going to look like the Yakima Basin. And we're going to spend $4 billion to make things right in this community if you don't make things right for us in the near future. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Roger Hawley. My family's been farming this community over 100 years. Agriculture in this county didn't start irrigating till the late 40s, early 50s. And we're using the same wells that we used back then, and they're still there. And guess what? The lake's still there, the river's still got water in it, and they're irrigating more now since the agriculture changed more berries than dairy. And the water's, they're using more water, and the wells are still the same. We still use the same wells. The water level's the same. It's not going away like we told a couple weeks ago that we're in 3 generations we're going to be dead because there's no more water. The water doesn't go away. What evaporates goes up in the sky, comes back down as rain. Might not rain right here, but it's going to rain somewhere else. The water goes into the ground, comes back up. So this emergency thing is just totally ridiculous. Thank you.
Good evening. Jerry Peterson, Whatcom County. It's good to see you folks again. I know you have a hard decision ahead of you, and I can just urge you to wait on something like this. A clear example, and I stated before 2 weeks ago, was looking at what happened with Kittitas County. They did an emergency moratorium as well, and they started off with 120 days. That 120 days extended into 5 years because the decision process took so long. And by the time they got their plan written and had it enacted, it was another 7 years before the economy down there could recover from such a downfall that happened. Yes, I am a driller, but I'm not worried about my job, and I've said this before. We're on wheels. I can go anywhere in the state. But what I am worried about is the economical impact that this will have, not just in the short term, but the long term for this county. Because if a well's not going in, that means a septic system isn't being installed, and I can go on with the list there, plumbers, electricians, framers. It just goes on and on. So I just urge you to take some time, develop a technical advisory group that involves people from the industry, such as the industry I'm involved in. We deal with this data every day, and we generate mountains of it. And in-stream flow studies are flawed. And you can see by our data and being able to compare the two, I'm sure we're going to be sitting there and pointing fingers at, well, my study says this, their study says that, who's right or wrong. But I'd urge you just to consider both and really closely examine what can happen here based off of the results from other counties. Thank you for your time.
Could you leave your phone number?
Anyone else like to speak?
Good evening, Council. My name is Brian Fadden. I'm a lifetime resident of Whatcom County, and I'd like to speak about the emergency moratorium on the water as well. I'm really out of my element here tonight, but I felt compelled to come forward and to speak. Like the other gentleman who has a piece of property up on 8th Street, we also have an investment up there, and I would really like to be able to retire someday and be able to have a garden that I can actually water and try to sustain myself for a few years on just a small piece of land, but be able to have my own well and be able to move forward to have a future for my kids too. So I would urge council tonight to consider not making this emergency moratorium for the water rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Okay, seeing no one else, we'll close the public hearing and we will move to that specific agenda item, which is an ordinance imposing an emergency moratorium on the acceptance and processing of applications and permits for subdivisions, building permits, and discretionary permits that rely on permit-exempt wells for water supply in closed basins. So I think we have a staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark Personius with the Planning Department. I've got a statement to read to kind of outline the moratorium before you tonight. It's an emergency moratorium on the acceptance and processing of new project permit applications that rely on a permit-exempt well in a basin closed to further surface water withdrawals by the Department of Ecology. The ordinance is in direct response to the Supreme Court's recent decision on October 6, 2016 in the case of Whatcom County versus the Western Washington Growth Management Hearings Board. That decision determined that the county's comprehensive plan and development regulations are not compliant with the Growth Management Act insofar as they relate to protection of water quality and quantity in rural areas. The Supreme Court essentially ruled that, one, development permit applications that are proposing to use a private well water supply must demonstrate that groundwater withdrawal will not impair a senior water right, including an in-stream flow established as a part of the Nooksack Basin in-stream flow rule. The map attached as Exhibit A to the ordinance illustrates the 4 different types of standards or closures that the in-stream flow rule placed on the 48 different basins within the county. Those include year-round closure, a partial year closure, a low flow closure, and a minimum flow closure. The second major finding of the court's decision is that it is now the county's responsibility under the Growth Management Act to determine legal availability of water for the purposes of issuing land use permits and making land use decisions, not the Department of Ecology's responsibility under the Water Code, as it previously was considered. The court's decision has essentially turned growth management planning and water law on its head from how we understood it just 20 days ago. So we are all still analyzing what the decision means and the implications for Whatcom County, as well as the 29 other counties in the state that plan under the GMA. We have been and will continue to consult with the Department of Ecology on the roles and responsibilities of our respective agencies and the interpretations of the court decision as it relates to the county's role in ecology statutory responsibilities. It is important to understand that there are many moving parts and many, many complex issues that need to be resolved as a consequence of this decision. That's why we need time to sort through, identify, discuss, and consult with appropriate interested parties affected by this decision. To be fair to property owners and potential applicants for development permits, we need a brief timeout on taking in new permit applications dependent on a permit-exempt well in a basin subject to closure by the Department of Ecology until we have a clearer picture of how we should develop new regulations that will comply with the court's ruling in a fair and equitable manner. We don't want to just continue accepting and approving permits for legal water availability in an area of unsettled law that could subject applicants and permit holders to even more difficulties and uncertainties down the road. That is not prudent, we don't believe. So the emergency ordinance before you tonight would impose a 60-day timeout on accepting new applications dependent on a permit-exempt well within basins identified by the Department of Ecology as closed or partially closed to new water withdrawals, and those basins are shown on the attached map. It also identifies 3 options or exceptions for permit applicants to continue to move forward and achieve a determination of legal water availability under the court's ruling. Those are, the first of those is having a water right issued by the Department of Ecology. The second is a letter stating the ability to provide water from a municipal or a public water purveyor who is not dependent on a permit-exempt well and that has adequate water rights from the Department of Ecology. Or 3, a rainwater catchment system approved by the Whatcom County Health Department. In other words, should council adopt this emergency ordinance tonight, the county will continue to accept applications that require a determination of legal water within a closed basin when the applicant can demonstrate one of those 3 legal water sources. It's important to note that historically, about 2/3 of the average new housing permits issued in the unincorporated county rely on public water systems, not private exempt wells. Looking down the road, staff intends to begin work immediately on an interim ordinance, hopefully good for at least 6 months, that would adopt interim development regulations to accomplish 3 new things. One would be to identify additional options for determination of legal water availability beyond the 3 identified in tonight's emergency ordinance. Those could include identifying procedures and standards for a hydrogeologic analysis to determine if a new permit-exempt well impairs a minimum in-stream flow. It could include possible options for well mitigation, consumptive use provisions, water conservation, water metering, water banking, or water transfers. And there's probably even more that we don't yet know about or haven't fully understood yet. That's the point of why we need the time. The second major point of what we're going to be starting to work on the interim ordinance is to clarify the vesting rights to permit applications such as short plats and land use permits in a fair and equitable manner, which are not specifically covered by state law in the manner that building permits and long plats currently are. And finally, we would need to establish standards for review regarding development. What are the thresholds going to be? What are the standards for those impairment analysis going to be? That's a lot of work that has to be done and a lot of coordination with other experts, including the Department of Ecology. We hope to be able to bring that next iteration of interim regs and more detailed information on those options for securing additional legal water sources for folks in rural areas back to council within 60-90 days. Again, we hope. I make no promises because this is new territory, but it is our intent to do that and bring back as good of information as we can get to allow folks to develop within the confines of the court's decision. We, as council knows, we've been working on water resource issues for a long time. We just adopted the coordinated water system plan a few months ago. We continue to work on the LENS aquifer groundwater model, which is a key component to helping to determine impairment analysis down the road and continuity between groundwater and surface water in the basin. So we all understand this is a difficult decision, but fundamentally we need time to explore the implications of this decision and provide as much predictability and as much clarity about water use as we can in this unstable time when it comes to growth management and water law. So PDS recommends you adopt the emergency ordinance this evening. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Personius? Mr. Brown?
Yeah, my understanding, maybe Mr. Personius, this is a better question for council, but my understanding is that part of the thing that's driving this is, while we don't have an order of invalidity at the moment, a failure on our part to act at all is really sort of forcing the hand of the Growth Management Hearings Board to step in and impose an order of invalidity. That would be my interpretation. Is that?
That's certainly a distinct possibility.
Right.
Yeah.
And so sorry, you can't hear? Okay. Sorry, my apologies. So as reluctant as I am to support this, I would rather do something that gives us the maximum amount of influence over the long-term impact of this than doing nothing and handing the control of this over to the Growth Management Hearings Board.
Mr. Donovan?
And I concur with that. I think we'll probably talk more about this. But Mark, I have a question as well. Sorry. It's going to be a long night. Well, I hope it won't be that long. But, I mean, initially we were trying to kick around ideas to do an interim ordinance rather than a moratorium, and to do some of these things, like you could have a hydrologist stamp and you can use your well, and we just don't have, and the response was there wasn't time to do that. So my main question is, like, looking at a calendar, 60 days is like Christmas. Our next meeting is December 5th. So I was going to ask you, can you do this in 40 days? 'Cause then which would actually be more like 20 or 30, because we'd have to public notice something before December 5th. So just thinking of the calendar, but I mean, I want this to be as short as possible if we're going to do it. What's a realistic, you said 60 to 90 days.
Yeah. Well, and again, it's that time of the year that is especially problematic with the end of the year coming. And you guys only having one meeting in December.
Schedule another one at Christmas.
Yeah. Let me just speak, we've had some initial conversations with the Department of Ecology, as I mentioned. A lot of the options around mitigation, for example, may likely involve a determination of water rights or a change in water rights, which is not our purview, even under the court's decision. That still rests in the responsibility of the Department of Ecology. So we have to work with them on some of these options. We have to come to some agreement with them. There is a venue for doing that through a memorandum of agreement where the two agencies could agree on how to operate.
Or would it be possible in some short term we come up with some of these things
it's
that are
possible,
workable, and then we could do an interim ordinance and then just amend it as
We could
go?
do multiple interim ordinances. I mean, we can do it piecemeal as we come up with these things.
And my
We
second
can certainly
question,
look at that.
then I would try to see what other exemptions we could put in the one today. And if we already have vested plats, does vested mean, why can't we exempt those if they're already vested? Or somebody mentioned exempting vested plats with identified water sources. That would be just like anything, it's identified. Well, how would it be vested if it didn't have an identified water source?
So state law is very clear. There's state law that says that lots created through a long plat and long plats themselves vest, right? So when you come in for the building permit, you vest back to what the rules were in effect at the time of the long plat. And building permits themselves, when they're determined to be complete by a local government, are vested to the rules in effect on that day that they're determined to be complete. There is no such statutory language for short plats or for all other land use permits, conditional use permits, administrative approvals. So that is an area where there is no definitive state statutory authority on. So
the short plats.
Right. So that's an area that in this next iteration of this interim ordinance, we definitely want to look at that. When I talked about being fair and equitable, definitely looking at that, about where those plats are. Folks do put investments into those, and we want to respect that. But we can determine that. We can determine that through our own codes and what vests or what doesn't vest. So that's, again, that's analysis. That's part legal. It's part analysis of kind of where folks are in the process. So that's something we definitely want to look at during this next iteration.
Mr. Mann.
So a few of the things we heard during the public open session was about why is it an emergency, why not just an interim, or why not have the normal 2 weeks? And I'm wondering how much of that you can actually re-explain here right now in public. To me, from this afternoon, I thought it would have been okay to talk about it again now, but I was afraid of getting us in trouble. So,
yeah. Well, I don't want to venture into legal territory, but From what I know of the Skagit County experience, it's different. It's not the same as ours, but it's has some relationship in that they issued permits under the county issued land use permits and building permits under one belief, and turned out the court said no, you couldn't do that, and that those were illegal permits. We don't want to repeat that mistake, right? We don't want to get into a situation where we're just going to keep issuing permits when there's unsettled law out there about what the requirements are for illegal water availability. What we know today are the 3 that we've put into this emergency ordinance. We think there's potential for a bunch more, but again, we don't have enough resources and we don't have the expertise yet to definitively say, or the time to analyze and definitively say what will qualify and what will not qualify. That's what we need more time for. Doing this ordinance clearly tells the hearings board, since this is going to be remanded to the hearings board, that we take the decision seriously, we're paying attention to it, and we're going to implement what we can do as soon as we can. So, and also gives us time to then help define what our best solution is, our community-based solution is, as opposed to the hearings board telling us what they think we ought to do.
So, am I correct in then saying if we didn't do it as an emergency right now, but we just made the announcement and had 2 weeks until our next meeting, then we would be operating normally, granting permits in the next 2 weeks, which would then vest under our rules, basically, and then at some later date, the Supreme Court could come back and say, what were you thinking, Whatcom County? Now you need to go and pull out all those wells and demolish those houses?
I think it's fair to say there's potential for litigation, yeah. Leave it at that.
I think the clarifying part of that is he wouldn't be granting permits. He'd be accepting applications for permits with people hoping to vest, paying the money to vest under current rules. Is that correct?
Yeah, and we're obligated to process those.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ms. Brenner.
I know you don't want to hear from me because I don't agree, but I do think we have other options. I think at the very least, we should ask the state Supreme Court to reconsider their decision. By this point, they've probably taken a little bit of heat. I know they're super political and they maybe don't care, but maybe they actually do care. And if they would take the time to see what something like this may be doing to us, maybe during reconsideration, ask them, what they actually meant. I feel like they were more creating law than interpreting it, because I think it was Mark who said it kind of threw us kind of over our heads thinking about this. What they're doing is completely opposite of what water law has stated in this state for many, many years. So that's one thing. And also, I think if while we're asking for them to reconsider, we finally get off our butts and get that in-stream flow study started and really do it. We've got a planning unit that's actually getting a lot of good work done. And these are people, you want to talk about lots of different types of people. These are all kinds of, from one extreme to the other, working together really well. And I think that we need, that's something that we can show good faith that we're giving it to them, and we're going to give them the money to be able to do this and get working on that and get it done. Also, I think if I was going to build, I think it's extremely disingenuous for us to have those 3 things in there, because the first one is, or one of them is about you have to prove that, well, no, it was kind of weird how it was written. You have to have adequate water rights issued by the Department of Ecology. When in the world has DOE issued a water right in this county? It hasn't happened in my lifetime that I can remember. The other one would be that you can have the ability to get water from a municipal or public water purveyor. Well, if they could do that, they wouldn't be concerned about this. They would be doing that. So that's not going to help the people who are dependent on private wells. And third, a rainwater catchment system approved by the Whatcom County Health Department. Yes, the health department can approve it, but this is not part of state law, state code. And, you're going to do that and spend that kind of money not knowing if the state might overturn that too. I mean, it just doesn't seem like we're being straight with people about what those three things mean. The other thing is that I did spend probably an hour and a half on the phone with the Association of Counties talking about this issue. I was one of the very few lay people on that conference call, and there were lots of prosecuting attorneys from different counties. There was at least one or two private attorneys, and they had a lot of important information that if, I'm just going to read that one part at the back of this thing. After some of them were saying that this is not necessary to do a moratorium. But on the back, what I liked, and this is from an attorney, not from me, was that we could do, let's see, and so to a challenge of GMA non-compliant for failure to adopt a moratorium, the response would be that the county is taking action, that a moratorium is discretionary, and that the county exercised its discretion to take the more appropriate action, i.e. commencement of a study to identify possible problems and solutions. Right now we're just even if you do this hydrogeologist thing, you're just dumping it on the private well owner who's at the bottom of the whole chain of command and can't do anything about it, which is going to cost a lot of money and isn't going to necessarily, someone will challenge it and say, well, there are groups around, who like to sue, and they will just challenge those findings. I think if the county did it, we would have much more, we would be seen in a much higher light than the individual property owner. And the fact that we're not willing to do that ourselves, but would, and I did ask these attorneys and everything, I said, well, the county's talking about putting that onus on the private property owner. And nobody said that was a good thing, but some of them said, it should be the county, it should be ecology, it should be the state, it shouldn't be the private property owner. And I just feel like if you guys are going to go ahead with this thing, then the county at least should be in charge of making those determinations, and instead of dumping that kind of thing on a private property owner. And one fellow stood up and said he's had this, we talk about we want to save people who are in the process. I absolutely do. But there's also people out there who've probably even put a well in years ago and are saving up their money to be able to build. And now they're going to find out they can't even use that well. So, I just feel like at the very least, what can it hurt? It can't hurt anything. Even if nobody feels we've got a good argument to ask them to reconsider, it doesn't hurt to try. And at least gives people some more time to come up with the kinds of suggestions Mark and I shouldn't say Todd, but I'm going to say Todd now because I'm feeling real personal about this. Todd came up with some ideas. I mean, maybe that would give us time to do those kinds of things. It's not that we have no other choice. And I do feel this is very bizarre that you've got these people sitting up there making state law rather than interpreting it.
Mr. Donovan?
Did I cut you in front of Councilmember Weimer? Okay, I was going to ask, do we need a motion?
Well, at some point.
Okay. That was my question.
Okay, what is the wishes of the council? Mr. Weimer?
No.
I'd move approval.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it just for discussion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Sadoo?
There are multiple issues here. The first issue is that we got the decision from the Supreme Court, and which will be validated till tomorrow. We have one more day it becomes legal or implemented. We have not, like, these are the practical things, okay, that whatever 21 days will be over tomorrow. If we don't do anything, the people who were the party to this case, they can go to the GM Growth Management Hearing Board and ask for invalidating the Whatcom County Code. Because they are independent citizens like anybody else. So they can say that, okay, that so many days have passed, so we want action from the board. And if we don't do anything as a council, like that's what most of people are suggesting, let's not do anything. Okay, we don't do anything. So they invalidate our code. Now somebody else is in charge and we are trying to comply with what the Growth Management Hearing Board wants us to. So they are in charge. One of the argument for this is that if we as a county take some action and tell the Growth Management Hearing Board that we are taking action, we need, like I heard a couple of words here, work something out. And somebody said, let's have a pause and develop sensible regulation. Well, this is what working something out. Like, this is not something, like if we don't do anything, like some of the suggestion is, like, don't do anything. What will happen? We cannot, like, allow people to do hydrology report. You know how expensive that is? First, we don't even have that expertise in our county. And who will approve? If somebody brings a hydrologist report to the department, we have no way of saying, okay, what are the rules? Somebody has to sit down and make these rules. That's what I heard from the staff, was they need some time. We can come up with interim, like we can have a pause for 60 days, and in meantime, they can come up with the 3 options today. They may have 5 or 7 options in 30 days. Then we say, okay, how we move forward? Like, somebody should suggest a solution. We all know the problem. The problem is the Supreme Court has made a decision, and if we don't do anything, other people will do something. What do we do then? If somebody permit is approved, they did do a well, and a year later it's invalidated, then we are misleading people. If we tell somebody to go do hydrology report, bring the report, takes few months, and then it's invalidated. So we made that person spend money to no end. I mean, this is not an easy solution that, okay, you go this way or that way. It's like taking which poison you like. We have to really think through. It's not something that, okay, we should not do anything and keep going with what we are doing. Because there are other people who will take some action. What is the answer to that? So we have to get that pause. We have to work something out. How do we do that in one day? Or how we tell the staff that, okay, come tomorrow morning and have the regulation ready, and we do that. We have to have a hearing. We have to have doctored. I mean, all those things take time. It's not something that we don't do something tonight, then tomorrow is going to be all fine. Thank you.
Ms. Brenner.
Well, I hope you weren't referring to me. I gave solutions. I said there are things we can do.
I'm referring to all of us together.
No,
it's not me or you.
Okay, I'm part of all of us.
It's the people who are affected too.
I've got the floor.
One speaker at a time, please.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I did make suggestions on what we can do that I think could satisfy, if not the Supreme Court, at least the hearings board, that we are moving. And the fact that we did not get invalidated might give the hearings board a little pause about invalidating us when we're trying to do something. But to say the only way we're either doing a moratorium or we're doing nothing, that is not correct.
Any other? Mr. Weimer.
Yeah, I think Mr. Sadoo stole most of my words, so I won't go through those again, but I agree, this wasn't a decision that we brought up, that we wanted to do. This was something that the Supreme Court told us we needed to do. They made a decision, that's the end of the line as far as courts go. So I think we're trying to make the best decision that protects people the most in a somewhat ugly. I guess the good news is if you look, the county is working on a whole number of fronts trying to look at water issues. We just finished a coordinated water system plan that shows that there's plenty of water in this county. It's just held by certain people in certain places, and it's not being distributed very well. The city of Bellingham has excess water. The public utility district has excess water. Ultimately, and it may be a long-term solution that we'll end up having to work in, but like Kittitas County went into water banking to distribute water under a legal sort of way. And we have that ability here. My question, I guess, for staff was, is there a forum anywhere at this point to look at that? I know we have the joint board dealing with issues, but do we have any clear forum, or during our budget process right now, do we need to think about funding such a forum to really get people like the PUD, the city of Bellingham, sitting down and talking about water banking and how we redistribute excess water?
So there is an informal staff group, the water supply group, that meets on a monthly basis, and it's the PUD, it's the city municipal providers, the county public works department and the planning department are represented there, and that group supports certainly the LENS project, the groundwater model. It supports the Birch Bay Water and Sewer District's Deep Aquifer Research Project. There is potential actually we had some discussions last week with the PUD about there's a potential grant availability coming out early next year from the Bureau of Reclamation to study water banking. So that would be one avenue that we could look at in terms of revenue. So yeah, there is a group that's sort of working on that at the staff level at the moment.
So sort of working on it, or has this put a fire under them?
Oh, it puts a fire under them, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mann.
You want to say something, Jack?
I'd also like to say that as a result of this state Supreme Court ruling 3 weeks ago, that I've put together a staff team, have set meetings up all the way through the end of next year, meeting right now on a biweekly basis, and then after the first year on a monthly basis. And I have the intent of drawing more people into that discussion as we work out potential solutions. The solutions not only are going to be, you get the practical ones, you've got the legal ones. Ultimately, Whatcom County, through this Supreme Court decision, has got into just the legal crossfire of conflicting state laws. We're also working on that from the state level. Tyler and I were in Olympia last week, testified to a hearing related to local government, and got a commitment from the committee chair that she was going to hold a special hearing just on the Hearst versus Whatcom County case after the first of the year. So this is going to be a multiple-year, multiple-pronged approach into coming up with logical solutions. I think that the PUD, City of Bellingham, and the major water permit holders are going to be instrumental in solving some of the problems in some of the areas for us. But Mr. Sadoo, I do appreciate your comments, and if this council passes this moratorium, I want everybody to know that it's going to be one of my most disappointing signatures that I probably have ever had in my 17 years of public office, is to enact this moratorium. I'm just sick by the situation that the Supreme Court, through a decision that Whatcom County, this body up here, the Whatcom County Council, by amicus briefs, 38 other counties in the state supported Whatcom County's position, continuing to have Department of Ecology be the main ruling body regarding water. And we lost that case. And unfortunately, as a public official, is that I'm bound by the Constitution and the laws of the state of Washington and need to do it. But ultimately, doing nothing and potentially putting Whatcom County into a position of invalidity, I believe, is going to create a lot more damage for us than being able to stop this for a period of time. And I will give you my commitment that I will work with staff to be able to come up with a broader ordinance by the end of the year, whether that be one or two little things, whatever it happens to be. But I think this is going to be an incremental process that we need to continue to push the envelope to incorporate as many options as that we have coming before us. But you know, we're like the 5th county in the state right now that's faced with this, and you know, that's 15 to probably 20 of the representatives now that are at the state government that have citizens that are being impacted by this. And that's really the solution that we have is at the state to be able to unwind this for us, and we need to work hard for that. So enough said by me. Very difficult decision, council. Respect whatever you decide to do related to it.
Mr. Mann?
I just wanted to make a couple of observations. You know, for the last couple of years, I was publicly mocking the folks who thought they had a chance to win this case. And, you know, from the Growth Management Hearings Board and going out the appeals court, the Supreme Court, I just never, ever, ever thought the Supreme Court would rule in the way that they did. And we're normally pretty good at having contingency plans for things that we contemplate might happen. Just as we're talking about it now, I realize none of us thought we had any chance to lose this case because we really had no contingency plan in place. This took all of us by surprise. And well, except maybe the 3 people who brought the case and the 6 Supreme Court justices. And I appreciate the county executive's comments about working and getting the staff rapidly working on this. I also want to comment that, you know, this is not really about water. As Mr. Helm pointed out, you know, a lot of the water that gets used on an exempt well for residential use goes back into the ground. This isn't actually about water and in-stream flows for the folks who brought the suit, I don't think. I think it's about preventing sprawl, which I think is a great, admirable goal. But it's a pretty tenuous connection between in-stream flows and domestic potable water use. Very, very tenuous connection. But this is the situation that has been handed down by the Supreme Court, and I have to listen to the legal counsel of our team that represents the county council, that represents the people, and a lot of the other folks who spoke, who I respect, but their constituency is different than the one we have to represent. We have to represent everybody. And I think the concerns about an order of invalidity, which would be magnitudes greater in terms of the damage to folks in Whatcom County, magnitudes greater, I think that risk and the complicating issues of vesting do justify the emergency nature of the moratorium, even though it doesn't feel like an actual emergency looking out the window. But in the greater picture of legal entanglements and the possibility of invalidity, I think means that we just have to do this, and it's not a permanent thing, it's a temporary thing, and we will get our team working on unraveling it.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I'm going to support this with great reluctance because I recognise this is going to impact primarily small landowners who have very limited resources. And like Mr. Mann said, this was a complete surprise to me. I mean, we had the ruling from the Growth Management Hearings Board, which was then overturned by the appellate court. I read the stuff. I read the decisions of the Growth Management Hearing Board. I read the stuff from the appellate court, and I thought the Supreme Court would uphold it. I was stunned when I saw this decision. So, like Mr. Mann, I didn't think of a plan B because I didn't think this was going to come down this way. The easy, most popular thing to do tonight is to vote no. I'm sure if we did that, the room would erupt in cheers. But the problem is if we delay this, we're going to allow people to file for permits that the Growth Management Hearing Board is likely to tell us are ultimately invalid. And I think the greater crime is to give people a sense of false hope that if we don't vote on this tonight, that suddenly they can rush in and they can get all this stuff done and they'll be fine. The problem is what we're doing is we're inviting them to spend a lot more money only to turn around and have them being told that what you've done is not going to be accepted. So the only responsible thing I think I can do tonight is to vote yes for this, but I do have an amendment, which I'd like to propose.
Okay.
Which is which is a fourth option, which would be that evidence from a licensed hydrological engineer that the well will not impact in-stream flows is acceptable evidence. And I just want to explain that in there was recently a water forum. I can't remember the exact name of it. It was that session, 3-hour session that Mr. Pesonius was at, where they talked about the deep aquifers up in Blaine, and there is a potential, at least the evidence at the moment is that it's not hydrologically connected to the streams in Whatcom County, and therefore it would be a valid source of water under the Growth Management Hearings Board ruling.
Do we have a second for that amendment? We have a motion and a second for an amendment. Discussion on the amendment.
Yes. Why don't we say that a hydrogeologist hired by Whatcom County will make the determination? I don't want to put the onus on the private property owner. I don't think that's fair. It wasn't their, they didn't choose to be in this situation at all. And I want to,
I believe that would be considered a gift of public funds, wouldn't it?
No, we've got experts in the county working on all kinds of stuff.
No, but to provide a benefit to a landowner which is not reimbursed.
Well, actually, no, what we're doing is not providing another handicap to the property owner.
I know, I'm not saying it's right, I'm just saying that's my understanding, and maybe the executive or the council can comment.
I've had the discussions related to the hydrogeologist for the last 2 weeks, and I would really ask council now, give us the ability, if we're going to write the hydrogeologist into it, that we put the sideboards on it that we need, because you not only have to have the in-stream flow but you have also the part of the ruling related to senior water rights that needs to get determined along with it. So you can't, with your motion is you've got to incorporate both sides onto it. And to what level of a report do we need and all of that. I fully understand and I want to go there too. I mean, I really, really, really do. But I just caution to be able to make this legislation on the fly right now is that if you do it wrong and we pull these things through is we haven't damaged everybody then, but we've only damaged partially everybody. So I'd really love the opportunity. I'd love the opportunity to not have to deal with this, but I'd really like to do it correctly if we're going to do it.
And straight off the bat, I accept your comment about affecting the senior water right.
Mr. Donovan?
I was actually going to see if we could ask the executive or staff to talk about, because I brought this up a couple weeks ago, and I think the hydrologist thing, and the reaction was, do we even have staff to process this? And my starting point was to try to find all those alternatives, and each one of them seemed to be, we wouldn't know how to do it in a week or two if we just adopted it right now. So, but I mean, I like the idea. I started at that point. I don't know if it's workable.
Well, I'm going to read you another, it just falls right in after what the executive said. This is that same attorney saying, what would a county get in trouble for not doing seems to boil down to what could we be found GMA non-compliant if we omit. I have trouble, excuse me, I have trouble seeing how to make the case that failure to declare a moratorium could be cast as an instance of GMA non-compliance, particularly if the county has commenced a study of its water issues. That's what we really need to do, is commence a study of the water issues. And I do think we could at least start on that and you know, put that out. After we do the request for reconsideration, which is also, you know, I mean, there's all these things, and nobody's even, doesn't feel like anybody's listening to me. You're putting up with me, but not listening to me. We have nothing to lose by asking for reconsideration. We also don't have anything to lose if we, you know, immediately within that we put out an RFP, or an RFQ probably, an RFQ to hire a hydrogeologist to work on this stuff. It's not going to go away anytime soon. This is going to be somebody who has to be around a long time. You let the private property owners have to do this kind of stuff. It's going to be one expert, again, dueling experts, where the county, we have more stance in this kind of stuff. So I don't agree that, you know.
Mr. Weimer.
Well, I'm going to speak against the amendment. While I think that might be the fourth one we add here when we get to the interim ordinance, because I think a hydrogeologist expert looking at this is probably the next easiest one to do. I don't think we're there yet because we haven't defined what a report from a hydrogeologist needs to look like and what it needs to take into consideration. I think that's the sideboards they're talking about that we need to define instead of us just putting it in there and people starting to show up with all kinds of stuff written on the back of a napkin saying, I'm a hydrogeologist. So I think we need to hold off on that and let staff work this up and bring it to us as soon as possible, like they've said they would.
Mr. Brown.
If I can ask a question of Mr. Pisonius, in that presentation that we had a couple of days ago on the Blaine Deep Aquifer, was it confirmed that that was hydraulically disconnected from the rest of Wara 1?
Well, I think they had punched 3 wells in 3 different places, and I think, you know, that was their hydrogeologist's opinion, just based on those 3 wells, that there was an aquitard, a clay layer down deep. They were 600 feet down in the deep, what they call the deep aquifer, but it had chlorides in it. It's relic seawater. So I think there's probably you could build a case that there's not continuity between the deep aquifer and surface waters. Stronger evidence for that than there is for the intermediate, certainly the intermediate aquifer.
But has the DOE accepted that?
I don't know. We would have those conversations.
If the DOE has not accepted it, I'm willing to withdraw my motion to allow you to put the sideboards on to include that.
So you withdrawing?
Yep.
Mr. Brown?
Reluctantly, but I think it makes sense.
Actually, Mr. Sadhu is next.
I was going to say that when we say the county should start the water studies, what does that mean? Like, we have 10,000s of sites, and we prefer one person says, like, if county has to pay for it, for that instance, one applicant comes and says, do my study. Then the second applicant comes, say, do my study. And you do the study, you take 3 weeks, $10,000, and it fails. Then how are you going to say that we're going to do your study, not your study? There could be 5,000 people. And we're going to open the public funding to do all those 5,000 studies? I mean, there are so many unknowns here, so many things which are just wording. until we get some handle on it, you know, how you define all this?
Ms. Brenner?
Well, I don't think that what we're supposed to do in response is immediately do anything. I think what we're supposed to do is put together in the next week or so exactly what we intend to do. And yes, it will take time. I just thought of another thing. We could also do a study on desalinization plants. That would, you know, I mean, nobody even talks about that. And except me, of course. And I brought it up before. There are so many options for a county that's on the water and has so much rain, so much and snow, so much of the year. It's not like we're supposed to have a completed solution. We're supposed to be starting on it. That's what this attorney had talked about, we have commenced a study on our water issues. What?
I just have to say something. That's coming from a county who's not under an order of noncompliance like we are. We are well beyond a study. We have to come into compliance. We have to change our comp plan regulation, or our comp plan provisions and our regulations. So I just had to make that distinction. Doing a study isn't going to get us where we need to be.
It's not a county that lost a Supreme Court case.
Exactly. Well, they did. I think it's Kittitas County, but not the current Supreme Court case.
Right. Mr. Donovan?
Yeah, I guess, I don't know if this is speaking in favor of it. I will vote for this. I'm not going to vote for a second 60-day moratorium. But I think in terms of why this is an emergency, it's partly, are we acting in good faith if we're taking people's money to apply for things that are potentially going to be illegal? I mean, this is like the rain catchment thing. It's bigger if we're taking their money for applications and processing them, and then they're not going to have water. But the other thing that staff's got to be working on, besides the things we've been talking about, is what actually is, I don't know if the word is vested, but what is in the process right now that we can make sure, like Doug's project that we're hearing about. And it's not just that one. How do we get projects like that so that they can use a well? And they've been in the, I see that as in a really different situation than the applications that we're worried about coming in right now. The ones that are in the process and put all this money into that. And that's what we would lose with invalidity, that if we do get spanked by the hearings board, we're not making those decisions. And we have some leeway in terms of making decisions about that if we keep it here locally. So, and I'm really hoping you can do this in 60 days. And I know that's a huge ask, but at least some of those big things in the first 60 days, so then we can get an interim ordinance and take care of that stuff, and then just incrementally keep chipping away at it.
Ms. Brenner, did you have
Yeah, but, I just feel like every time I bring up, nobody even responds to what I'm saying. So, showing good faith doesn't mean it has to be done right away, and I respectfully disagree with our attorney. I mean, yeah, it might be the safest course for the county to just give in to this, but I'm not sure, I don't even know for sure that the hearings board would invalidate something that had gone through so many other things, and the fact that the Supreme Court, they had the option of doing that, and they didn't do it. So it seems to me if we come up with ideas that make sense, they're going to work with us. But everybody's like, oh my God, we do this or we're going to be immediately invalidated. I don't think that's the case.
And I agree with Mr. Donovan. I don't want to see this stretch beyond one emergency moratorium. I think it's incumbent on us to solve this problem as fast as we can, or at least incrementally solve it, to find the kinds of things that we can put in here to make make everybody whole. This is a very, very tough decision. Does anybody else have anything? Okay. Could you please call the roll? Oh, did you have something?
Note that we did have a comment on whether this applied to new applications or existing, and it applies to new, but it's in the whereas, but it isn't in the title. So would suggest that insert the word new before applications on the second line of the title of the ordinance. So it's imposing a moratorium on the acceptance and processing of new applications. Yep, so just for
Ms.
clarity.
Brenner?
Since you're back up here, you're fair game. This map, where's our, oh, here it is. This map that shows the county, I might be wrong, but I think it's got things different than the colored map we had today. Where's Gary? Is Gary's here? He's not here? Because to me, I thought I remembered low flow being below minimum flow on this chart, and it's not now.
They're in different colors on the colored map. For
No, I'm
this
just
black and
talking
white
about-
version, we combined them into one color because they,
Huh?
yeah.
What?
It's the same map.
I think he's saying you're right.
You're right.
This is the same map we had
Yeah.
today. I mean, of course, this is just black and white, really, gray and white.
Right, there was a colored map that Gary
Yeah, but the
had.
colored
Yeah.
map was in a different order.
These are combined, low and minimum are combined.
Right.
So they were,
Yeah.
the maps didn't work.
No, I remember seeing low flow and minimum flow, but they were not, but they were in a different order.
Okay, well, we'll make sure we post the map on the website,
Okay.
the right one.
I don't know who is first, but I'll go to Mr. Weimer.
Well, since it was my motion, I'll accept as a friendly amendment the insertion of the word new before applications in the title.
And Ken does. Mr. Brown?
After we've done this vote, I would like to have a little bit of a discussion about potential mitigations that we'd like them to look at.
Okay. Okay, clerk, please call the roll.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ken Mann,
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner,
No.
That passes 6-1. So, Mr. Brown, do you have some ideas to kick this off?
Well, I've spoken to Mr. Pisonius on a couple of occasions, and just a couple of others that I don't think we had discussed that I'd just like to throw out there is mitigation of consumptive use through water storage and release of untreated water during the 100-day or during the minimum in-stream flow periods in basins not listed as closed year-round. And then the other one was a combination of seasonal use of exempt wells during periods where the aquifers are full, again in basins not listed as closed year-round.
Anybody have any other things they'd like to? Mr.
You know,
Sidhu?
we all know that exempt wells have the rights of 5,000 gallons per day. Now, that is a number put in, 70 years ago? And I think that we need a discussion on that too, what is reasonable. That 5,000 gallons per day per family is way too, and when you calculate the total water usage, if 30,000 wells and you multiply with 5,000 gallons a day, it comes up with a very different number than if you say it's 500 gallons a day or 1,000. All I'm saying is this is something we need to discuss because that can change the calculations.
Ms. Brenner?
Well, if you're even considering doing that, you should also add in the percentage, the average percentage of what goes back into the ground. You make it sound like it's this enormous number of water that we're losing. I don't think we're losing any enormous amount of water, even if you go 5,000 times however many wells. I think there's a huge percentage that goes back in the ground from most wells.
Mr. Sidhu?
All I'm saying is let's hear ideas. It's not that my idea or this person's idea is the only one. This is the time that we should all discuss it and come up with a solution which is acceptable, which is reasonable, and helps the people. And we comply with the law. That's all it is. I'm just throwing idea. I'm not saying that do this or that.
Ms. Brenner?
Well, you might be right if this was really about water, but it's not. Someone already mentioned it. It's about people not wanting any more people out in the county. That's what it's really about. And, you know, how much are going to keep bending over and bending over for the state or for the Supreme Court or for special interest groups, rather than finally, you know, saying we can do this and we don't have to, you know, bring in all these other things that are punitive to people. I disagree. You know, maybe, you know, the average is a certain amount that people use, but some people have very large families. And they might have their own gardens. And that 5,000 was supposed to be not only for family, but it was also supposed to allow a personal garden. It wasn't supposed to prevent that.
Okay, we will move on. We are at our consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, the Whatcom County Finance and Administrative Services Committee met today. We considered items 1 through 6 on the consent agenda. I would like to put forward items 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 for a vote and deal with item 2 separately.
Okay.
And those 5 items all met with unanimous approval.
Okay, we're pulling number 2 for a separate vote. Anybody have anything else they want to pull?
Wait a minute, I just want to see what number 2 was.
Number 2 is for the county executive to enter into a contract for survey and engineering services.
Okay, we have items. What, did you have something?
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, but I'll ask when we get to that, number 2.
On number 2, okay. All those in favor of consent agenda items 1 and then 3 through 6 signify with aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair, item 2 is request authorisation for the county executive to enter into a contract between Whatcom County and Pacific Surveying and Engineering Services to provide on-call professional land surveying services for 2016-17 in an amount not to exceed $100,000. This was voted on and approved with a vote of 2, 0, and 1 abstention.
No.
Okay, we have a motion to accept item number 2. Discussion?
I don't even remember that abstention.
I abstained, and I will again, because I, in the midst of doing a lot of work with this company, and I just
okay.
didn't want any weird.
No, that's fair. I like to know why people abstain.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously.
Abstain.
Natural resources.
No, 6 and 1 abstention.
Oh, 6 to 1 abstention.
We had one item in natural resources today, and it was a resolution approving the Lookout Mountain Forest Preserve and the Lake Whatcom Park Recreational Trail Plan. And it comes forward of a 3-0 recommendation to approve the resolution, although we ought to ask park staff a whole bunch of questions since they sat here this long.
Oh, jeez.
And I so move.
Okay. We have a motion. Discussion. Ms. Brenner.
Well, I'm going to make it worth your while. You guys convinced me that this is going to be kind of done in phases enough that if we run into trouble financially, we can stop at any point, and we can also make changes that would make it more financially efficient. So I'm willing to take the leap.
Okay.
Which is not usual for me on this.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair, the next item from Finance was an ordinance amending the 2016 Whatcom County Budget 16th request in the amount of $14,370. This received a recommendation of 3-0, and I so move.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, could you please call the roll?
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ken Mann.
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner,
Yes.
Red Brown.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair, there was nothing else from Finance.
Thank you. Now we have executive appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. Requesting confirmation of the county executive's appointment of Garrett Shelsta to the Bellingham Whatcom County Commission Against Domestic Violence. Do we have a motion to confirm?
I'll move to, oops, never mind. I'll second or whatever.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. We're at introduction items. Please note, number 1 has been removed from the agenda, so we're only introducing item 2. Do we have a motion to introduce?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to introduce. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Anything else from natural resources? That was all you had this morning, wasn't it?
Yep.
And you didn't have a committee meeting and planning didn't? So any other items of business? Any council member updates?
Nope.
No.
No updates?
Nope.
Well, one personal one. Vote.
Yeah, vote. Any?
No.
None, okay. All right, with no other business before the council, we are adjourned.
Before midnight.